Spend every pound, every dime to flex on the road when it's any bad time. Yeah, on the junction, rolling in a line. We come to waste no time. Say bye. See we under the wrong, and the girls they come to have fun. Yeah, and we under the wrong.
What up, y'all?
Listen to me say,
Girl, your own crew can't get it.
like your hot and need some wetting. Girl, your own.
Alright, y'all.
Like your hot and need
This is the JMRO show. I know he's coming on around like 2 o'clock, but
I can't see.
no, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. But this is a show about my rational opinion. Let's get into this disclaimer right now. This is a show about my opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one and most are full of shit. So if we do not agree upon the same things, we can agree to disagree and go upon our merry way. Alright? Cool. So, you ain't know. I like to start off my show. We're going to let a minute go by, let some people come in, and then we're going to talk some things. We're going to talk about the weekend. We're going to talk about vibes. And, we're just going to let whatever organically come about. Until then, press share, let people know JMRO show is on. We're going to talk some things, all right? But for now, we ain't hear none of this whole weekend. Don't tell me about work me out on the road today. I out on the road today.
I don't care what time of day it is, I drink it from today. I've been fine today.
Today is a holiday. I don't care what nobody say. I got going to work today.
Today is a holiday. I don't care what nobody say. I got doing no work today. I'm a mirror, yeah. Do the DJ, do the club, yeah. Pool party,
Bus crawl,
up and down, yeah.
downtown.
If it's a birthday, turn up. Get drunk to the face, get mad. When the crew then come around, drinks up and sing along.
Today is a holiday.
I don't care what
That's problem child. I like this tune a lot.
today is a holiday. I don't care what nobody say. I got doing no work today.
Alright, off that. Big up everybody locking in, coming in. Tell your peoples. We're just gonna chat. It's another JMRO show. Big up everybody who bigs up the thing, supports it, rolls with it. I appreciate y'all. I want to say a happy heavenly birthday to my daughter in heaven, Lachey. Big up. It's been 21, y'all. That's another subject. And big up on my Leos out there and everybody who has or is about to celebrate a birthday. Big ups to all I wanna. It's a lot. If you ain't know, if you in the Boston area, surrounding areas, this weekend, anybody who was to say that they didn't have nothing to do or did nothing this weekend or this weekend was boring, nigga, you was living in a bubble. You was living in a shell. You didn't have internet service. You ain't have no friends. You ain't have no colleagues that knew anyone, because there was more than enough fucking things going on this week on a ghetto level, on a bougie level, on a kiddie level, on a family level. There was just many things this weekend that was going on. So I'm gonna tell you about what I did and the couple of events that I went to. And before I start that too, let me also big up, T and Sean. Wow. Sean and T, congratulations on your baby, on the upcoming blessing. I couldn't make it. I had a little blessing in my own. So, I'm not gonna say too much, but my big man is home. So, I was celebrating that on them levels, and I had gigs. So make sure I'm gonna check y'all. I got something for the baby. And just wanted to say congrats to y'all on that level. Also, congrats to Demo. Demo's home, so big ups to that. So, what did I do? On Friday, I ain't be real, I didn't do shit on Friday. I was chilling. Saturday, again, there was many cookouts, there's many parties. I'm just telling you what I was involved with and what I did, alright? So on Saturday, your mother cut. Fuck you, bitch. Not my fault, you suck. That's why the back of your car's all ripped off. I'm sorry. So, I went to Ice Age for a little while. Then I went to the All Eyes on Me boat ride. Excuse the fucking sun. Sorry about that. Excuse this. Let me see. Shit. That sun glare is killing me. Alright, that's better. Excuse the big ass. I got an ingrown hair and then it'll pop that. I gotta get that pulled out my face. So excuse the big ass facial lesion. But I went to Ice Age and then I went to All Eyes on Me boat ride. So when I went to Ice Age, that was brought to you by the Red House Entertainment. And I must say, if anybody followed the conversation with me and Daryl had, I made the comment that Red House Entertainment, big up yourself, Drew, that Red House Entertainment is being very ambitious this year. And I gotta big them up. They took over this weekend. This last weekend that passed, you could have called that a Red House weekend. They had their cooler fete called Ice Age, and they had the Grass is Greener that was on Sunday. So the Ice Age event, for me, knowing them and being around for a while, it looked like it was just the happy hour taking over. If anybody's familiar with the event that they had called Happy Hour, wasn't really a cooler type thing. It was, it was more of a drinking thing and just come out in vibes. But that's what this was like to me. But on a younger vibes. The young people was out, and I was there early. I left about 5. It was like, no, I'm gonna be real, it was 4:45. I left, went, grabbed up my homie Stirrup, and we went over because I was playing on the All Eyes on Me boat ride brought to you by Sino and Anaconda Productions, right? So let me just get into that. So the music was cool. Again, I was there on the early vibes. It looked like the crowd was coming. I can't really speak too much on it because really, y'all know how Boston people is. If a party is from 12 to 8, like it was posted, and I'm telling you, I left at 4:30, y'all know that's the time people was now really coming in. You know what I mean? I seen some trash talk about lava. I seen this and that. But the most I would say about any of the interaction that I had with people about the party, everybody said the same thing about Ice Age as they said about Grass is Greener. And that is that there's a lot of new music out here that's not being played. We will get into that later. Now, after I left Ice Age, I went down to the MV Freedom, played on a boat ride. It was me, DJ Dex, and Ghetto Hype. All Eyes on Me boat ride, as I said, boat ride had its people. I would say, 2 out of the 3 floors was completely packed. Music was good, vibes was good. They can't say no new music was played because I specifically made sure that new soca was played. Dibby Service was played. New Ephraim Alves was played, but I mean on a crop over level, new crop over music was played. And it's not a level of just the crop over. I just mean newer music as a whole, because nobody's playing the new Trini shit. And when they decide to go into the small music, excuse that noise, and when they decide to go into the small island music, everybody's playing the same fucking 5 songs. What up, Lou? Everybody's playing the same fucking song. So yeah, big up these DJs on starting to go outside of the normal just Barbados and Trinidad and the regular soca and going into these smaller islands like Martinique and Guadeloupe and Dominica and them places. But don't make it the same bullshit as the other islands that play the same shit. The same shit, because Tall Pre got about a whole bunch of new songs out. Nobody playing them Tall Pre's. Nobody ain't playing them the new shit. Now, one of my people said on my page, which I've said many of times, and I understand and I get it. The vibe is built off the crowd. People are not familiar with new music. I get these are all elements sometimes when people are shitting around. But let's be real. How the hell do we consider some All right, that's looking better. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm coming through Milton and it's just telling me that I was reconnecting. But how can this music go about becoming the norm or becoming recognized if nobody don't play it? So I know that from for fucking example, I can say this whole summer in the parties that I've been in, not to say nobody ain't play it. I just mean literally in each and every single party that I have attended, I haven't heard nobody play the Little Rick, any Little Rick new shit. The big ones he got. Big tunes. Nobody played the Lead Pipe. Nobody, I'll say, Homie Q Major, he's the only one I see that played a couple. He played a couple in Uvia, West Line. I don't even know the name of that tune, but the tune by this kind. And when he played it, yep, nobody didn't know it, but I seen a couple of the people who know it. But it made people's eyes ask, who is that? What tune is that? And then people, I'll even be more specific. And two of the people are watching now. How many of y'all have watched other videos or other things, other parties, and then hit me up and say, hey, yo, Larry, what song is that, yo? And then I'll tell y'all, and that's how y'all get familiar. So the same way, y'all could be playing these tunes in a party, and people are recording them, and then the world could start to recognize these shits, but they can't if they are never played. So we can't have that excuse of, yo, the people in Boston, they're just gonna stand around. They do that shit for everything. They do that shit because the tables are there. But he's a mighty Surges to blame. Surges is like, yo, no habla inglés for the next however long he's there. He's like, I'm no in Boston, no habla inglés. he's just there chilling, nigga. He's just wondering. But I'm just saying though, when this whole the summer's about to be over, Kropova music has been out for about a month, more than a month. And I'm gonna be real. And there's gonna be a couple people's belly right now gonna be upset of what I'm gonna say. But you know, I don't give a fuck. And this is just my rational opinion on this. It might not even be fact. It's just what it seems to be from me. It seems like a lot of these DJs are follow fashion monkey. And when I say follow fashion monkey, I notice, right? You got these DJs like the Rigo Suaves and the Freeze and the Elegant Sounds, right? And them man will play certain tunes because them flowing off a vibe from when them travel. The DJ Stevens and all of them, right? Because them following the different vibes from when they travel. But then DJs now will watch them while they work, see the forward that them man get, and now them want to play exactly like them man. And now everybody's sounding the same. Because what Rigo doing is the same thing Super Roy doing, is the same thing fucking Chow doing, is the same thing Freeze doing. And then you go to Boston or you go to Atlanta, and I'm like, damn, follow fashion, carbon copy, fucking monkeys from the words, from where they cut the tune, from not letting it get to some important parts of the song. Because as a DJ, you know there's an important part of the song. So after you play Chichi Man, my crew, my dogs, you gotta let that whole first chorus play. From them apart. So after my crew, my dogs, if you cut off the song, shit. Nigga, you ain't even letting the shit get hype. But then if I see a certain DJ doing that, and now all the DJs are doing that, I'm like, y'all niggas is bullshit. And y'all know it's the speech. If you love soca music for more than 100 years, ain't one DJ saying that. If you've been listening to soca music from the moment you're born, raise your hand in the air. Ain't one DJ saying that. There's a whole fucking shitload of carbon copy DJs if you come in here with your real best friend and your real best friend and your real best friend and everybody's a real best friend, come the fuck on, man. Everybody now saying the same thing, playing the same songs, looking for the same forward. It's fucking the game up, man. To the point where, you know, because as I say now, I came from a time where I didn't know what I was going to play when I got into the club. I had an idea, but whatever that nigga in front of me played, I was making sure I ain't playing that. And I built the vibe off of that. But DJs now, they're from the moment they got the gig, they know, all right, September 14th, I'm going to be playing at so-and-so. Them niggas will go in their laptop and say, all right, I'm going to play. Oh, Shabamata Pot early. Boom, boom, boom. That's a good early vibes. And then blah, blah, blah. All right. Then I'm going to come in with the fucking drift. Then I'm going to end it with this soca tune and that soca tune. And they'll play it in their house for a month before the gig, right? Then they'll get to the gig. But the nigga before them, maybe the nigga before them will play 4, 5, 6 tunes that he already had mentally that he was going to play. So fucking what? When it's his turn to come to play, he gonna play the same thing he was thinking of all night. And then now, as patrons, we are saying to ourselves, God damn, I heard that song again. And that is what's fucking up the game for all of these parties where we're like, all right, grass is greener. I have nothing bad to say about, you know, this usually gets me in trouble too, about Red House, the ambiance, the way that the place was. You walked in, you get a fucking drink that was fizzing. I didn't know if they put in rock tarts or rock pops or them shits that used to pop in your mouth. And no, sir, they had some dry ice type shit that they had. And, you know, it was a nice little drink. And niggas was talking about, yo, drink need more liquor. Y'all know y'all ain't gonna get no strong, heavy ass drink. And they all being complimentary. But it was complimentary. It wasn't that soft. It had its little fizzing things. And it was a creeper. And you was getting little bacon salt fish when you walk in. It was cool. I got another. It was really a luscious green yard. They had these little. They did what they did. The staging was cool. The set cut off a couple times. I'm not blaming them for that. That's more on whoever set up stringing, Sounds Inc., maybe whoever said it was, but that wasn't major either. But, you know, people are going to say that was a problem. So if I have to say the positives and negatives, one of the negatives of, there was a little fucking technical difficulties on that level. But I played when they were starting to fucking test the music. Prince Roy was getting changed or whatever. I played early. I played when nobody was there. Prince Roy come in. Prince Roy played R&B. R&B-ish type of vibe. Nothing bad to say. It was early. More of a mature crowd was there. That's what the little nigga was supposed to do, right? Then after him, Q comes in. Q came in on the older soca vibe. And honestly, I can't speak for Q, but it seemed like he was setting up Gel to play nice. He ain't played none of the big tunes. He didn't go over his time. It just looked like he was being a respectable DJ as far as, because you know how some of these DJs could be real assholes and want to play all the big tunes and fuck up the vibe and everything, but it did not appear so, because he could have played some other tunes where I was like, yo, he just took it easy. Then Gel comes on. If I had to describe how Gel played like how I be playing at a fucking function hall. Gel played like when I be playing for people in them grandma's 60th birthday fete, granddad hit 65, milestone party, grandma and grandpa 45 years together marriage. That's how Gel was playing. That's how I felt. I mean, he ain't played bad. The man can mix. He was playing music, but I am a Gel fan. Gel is who keeps me updated with music. When Gel is playing, when Gel comes out with a CD every fucking month, I am a Gel fan. So I was waiting for, alright, yeah, Gel gonna play some tunes. So when Gel come in, I mean literally, Gel come in with the give praise, give praise, give praise. I said, alright, all Trinidadians start off with that. You know what I'm saying? That's just them thing to get you in the mood. Amen. Alright, usual thing. Then he come in with more old shit. And more old shit. And more old shit. Then he come in with he start creeping a little to 2023 to the point I'm sitting next to my homie Daniel. When he started playing a little newer vibes, I yelled because I was sitting right beside him, like right by the stairs of the stage. I was like, thank you! Thank you, bro. I'm thinking he gonna keep going to the vibe, man. Ran right back old again. I said, but what the rise so? Because in my head, I saying, if anybody knows some new crop over music, if anybody knows some new shit, I just want, you know what I'm saying? Hear a little Rick, a little some chipping, got some real good music out, and this nigga knows it. Then it got to a point, I look at Daniel, I said, Daniel, I giving the man 4 tunes. If you don't play the 4 fucking new, if you don't get new by 4 tunes, are gone. The 4 tunes come. Daniel tapped me. He was like, yo, can you watch my drink for me? I'm about to go to the bathroom. I said, take your drink, dog. I'm walking out the door with you. Swear to God, dog. And I get catch sleeping. You ain't see Daryl Post? You ain't see designer Daryl Post? I was literally knocked the fuck out. You know when you start, oh shit. I stand up, I try to catch a chip, I try to catch a little vibe. I was bored immensely, tremendously. Everything that ends with Lee, nigga. I tried. I said, Larry, you gotta keep a positive note on this one, man. Just they gonna think you hating again, and I tried, but this is Gel, nigga. Gel, I'm a fan. Definitely. DJ Gel. You know what I mean? I went down from Boston to Miami listening to Gel. When I was waiting for my crop over tunes, nigga, I'm like, alright, Gel was my certification. Like, alright, he got the remix to that one. Ah, shit. Oh, I ain't hear that one yet. I called certain man. I'm like, yo, I ain't get this remix. Gel be keeping me up to the time. So I was vexed. I ain't gonna lie. I was vexed that I wasn't entertained by the man. Pause. Got pause after that one. But again, I had a good weekend. You know, the ambiance was right. Everybody else came to have a good time. The fact that the crowd was mixed, I like that because it wasn't just the older crowd. The younger ladies came out. One thing I'm gonna say though, in that on a positive level, of grass is greener, there was like 4 women to every man in there last night. That was a fucking plus. You know what I'm saying? So I always got a bigger red house on keeping the ratio more feminine than masculine, because sometimes when I go into after parties, and them after parties, I'd be like, Dick Fest 2023, I'm out of here, nigga. Nigga. If there's more penises in the building, I am not staying. So, big up them on that. Everybody came out looking good. The music, we gotta up this, man. We gotta up this. We gotta get it. I was talking shit earlier on my page. First thing I did, I sent Q my whole crop over 5. This is all the 2023 music. Bam. And he said, thank you. So I ain't gonna talk this shit just so people, oh yeah. Nah, nigga. Here's something to contribute on helping the situation. You understand? I don't know maybe what it is. If I'm not even gonna say that. I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna only talk shit. I'm gonna try to help the situation. I've started to learn to monitor what I say, because y'all niggas sensitivity levels, I always gotta come out explaining, like, listen, black and white, I wasn't trying to diss you. If your name is part of it, that doesn't mean, if I say A plus B equals C, that don't mean I dissed A and B. I just mentioned A and B because that's what it took to equal the C. But some people just don't get it. Oh! Well, go on. Let me see what up with my homie, man. In Toronto for Carnival, there was 2 trap music.
Again, I might sound like a hater with the whole hold on. I might sound like a hater with the Toronto thing, but Toronto is a waste of fucking drive, yeah? You go down there if you want to trick off, meet some girls or whatever, but a real soca experience, don't go to Toronto Carnivals for a real soca experience. What up, Charlie B?
What up, my brother Larry? Be killing me, man. Your lives be killing me, bro.
What up, man? I'm
Killing.
glad you enjoy it, brother.
I got a quick question, and I'm out. Gel's my guy personally, so I know him personally.
Mhm.
Question, right? I see this and I hear this a lot. Old Boston don't like new tunes. So, from a DJ's perspective, right? Are y'all doing? I know you do. Are the Boston DJs doing promo mixes like Gel does to give the people or teach the people these new songs, right? And then two, I wasn't at that event you're talking about, but was he reading the crowd?
All right. I'm glad you asked that. He was. But in moments for me, just my Russell opinion, he was looking at the crowd because, you know, certain moments with certain songs, the alcohol's going at this time. So people was chipping and having a good time, but it wasn't that real vibe to me. He was looking at the crowd. So, you know, with certain parts of the song, you know, if the song was saying hands in the air, you would see him looking and trying to make the people, and Wendy was voicing for him. And, you know, he was trying, but he wasn't attentive to the crowd to say, yeah, there's only these people in the corner enjoying this. What can I do to have everybody enjoy it? Because I seen him personally say to Winnie, yo, make the people come to the front log, make the people come to the center and things like that. So he was trying, but he never got it. Just,
So I mean, I don't know. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know the crowd. I don't know. DJ fatigue is real, bro. When you
right.
playing out 3, 4, 5 times in a week, sometimes you just have an off night.
And I wouldn't say he had an off night because he played well,
Yeah.
but his music to me just needed to be more of now where it's carnival time and we're trying to get into that mode. And maybe he didn't know that. And a little bird told me that he was kind of instructed what to play. I don't know how true that is, but I did get a couple of inboxes where they told me that people in Red House was telling him, yo, play this and all the vibes and things. Again, allegedly. So,
Yeah, that's why I was asking because, like, obviously this is not his first time playing here. So, maybe he was like, all right, I know the crowd. I know the Boston crowd. This is probably what they want. But, I mean,
last year he was here, you know, the party wasn't, from what I hear, it didn't have as much people as this year, but it seemed like he had what he was, it seemed like I said earlier, he set up what he was going to play in his head and he didn't stray off of that.
got it.
He came in with a game plan, like, I'm going to start off with some chipping music, I'm going to let it get a little dibby, and then blah, blah. But again, besides like a little corner in the back that had about 6 to 7 people, then you had Pokey, who was just all over the place doing her thing because she's just a vibrant, lively one. But he didn't catch everybody. He didn't catch her forward. Put it like that. He didn't catch her forward.
Yeah. But just off of his personality, Gel's not even that type of DJ though. He's
True
just like
indeed.
a humble.
He's not a talkative one or whatever, but you aren't either. I'm not either. And how much times we have made people leave sweating.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You
mean,
know what I
we
mean?
got we got
The
different
night
type of
before it was
DJs.
the night before on the boat ride, it was me, DJ Dex, and Ghetto Hype. Ghetto Hype, Conda, he really chatted for me. Nobody chatted for Dex. Dex, he's gonna hold it down. I was having a vibe, and then Conda still came in and added to the vibe. And then Ghetto Hype, he held the mic for himself, but he didn't even speak that much. So, you know, again, Joe, you're right. Joe isn't that type. But and if he would have played some of that new music, I'm sure even if he didn't catch a forward, it would have still been a better time because people would have been like, word, just people know there's a new Little Rick. People know there's new Bungees. No new Bungees.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was just like, I again, it sounded like a good wedding. It was a good function. It was some shit that me and you do for them 50 and 60-year-olds. Because I know you do them like I do.
That's
Where you could
crazy.
squeeze those Haitian musics and those everythings in.
Yeah.
And
All
and
right.
and 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 again, it was the perfect setup because Q didn't play none of the hot shit. So he could have played the hot. He didn't even play the hot shit.
Yeah.
You
That
know, because
was,
at that point I
bro.
said,
DJ
"Is this an
fatigue
old
is real,
soca
bro.
party?" I'm sorry.
No, I just said, bro, DJ fatigue is real, man. Maybe the man just, maybe he was tired. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, and I hope he could come and defend himself or say something. Like again, I'm not dissing him. I didn't say he sucked as far as him playing. I just said, you know.
nah, shout
And
out to Joe, man. That's the homie.
did he play? Did he
And
play
yo, shout out
at
to you,
Ice Age?
yo. I seen your yo Anaconda had you live, yo. That juggling you did was mod.
Thank you, bro.
Nice,
Appreciate it.
nice.
I appreciate it. He had me live. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I tagged you. I was like, yo, juggle you, yo. That shit was crazy. Your juggling was nice.
Thank
Old
you.
school vibes, man.
Yeah. I was earlier. I was early, so I did a little thing, but and then set it up for Ghetto Hype, and Ghetto Hype mashed up the place with that new shit, the dancehall. But then when we're pulling into the dock, I came back on for the last 10 minutes because I said, nah, ain't no way this boat ride's going on with no new soca. So I came in with that fucking, I don't know if you know the Dibby service rhythm, but it's called the Dibby service rhythms. It's just some faster shit, and all the girls started walking up, and I just continued it on that until we ended the boat. So
Mod.
it's about them vibes, man. It's about them vibes. And I hope other DJs is listening just to be like, you gotta take those risks, man. You gotta take those risks. Nobody's taking, and it's not even a risk no more, Charlie, because in this age of the internet, I'm tired of people giving the excuse that people don't know the music. Because if people don't know the music, they will then know the music. They will hear it and then rush to the internet. But they're waiting for again, that whole Rigo Suave, Super Roy, these DJs that they rush to every weekend for them to play it, it must like them to make it authentic, to authenticize it and be like, okay, now because yeah, Warlock, because Warlock played it now, it's a hit. It's a jam. Like
Yeah.
people not recognizing from themselves and their own souls what's good music or what's not no more.
It's all about how you mix it, man. I've seen DJs play the top songs and fucking flop the whole whole dance floor, man. Like it's just how you play it and how you mix it in, you know?
I said, I was talking to Prince Roy, and I said, listen, because he's nice on the older vibes. For being a younger, he reminded me of myself when I was that age, and I used to play all the old slower vibes, and all the older gentlemen used to be like, yo, I like how you play, young boy, and hire me for parties and play things like that. So I was on them vibes with him. But I'm like, listen, there's still newer shit. Barrett's got a big tune with Sean Paul right now. Nobody's squeezing that. Barris Hammond done remade all these old classic reggae tunes and they sound good. Nobody ain't squeezing them. So it's just like there's so many besides the soca, new R&B song. It's just like everybody, and even with the Haitian music, everybody's still playing Upa Fase Kissa. And I'm like, dude, do you know how much more songs in Haiti? Like Haitians don't want to even hear that shit no more. So you know what I mean? There's so much other. Nobody plays Chocolat. Nobody plays these. If there's so many other old songs, so even if you're gonna go into this old segment, stop
Yeah.
playing the Sweet Mickey and stop playing the fucking Upa Fascapa. Kesa.
Yeah, but that's even another whole conversation in and of itself because a lot of dudes can't even play, compa or zouk like that. That's what they're gonna go to, right?
Right.
They don't really know. But you're right, man. It's
They
about
all
taking
know
risks.
Power Surge to be like, yo, what other songs is there? The reason me and you fucking know the other shit is because we will sit down and actually listen to it. Might not even know what the fuck they saying, but that vibe, dog, that soul. Then you go back to your Haitian friend and be like, yo, is this a jam or not? Yo, that one would be dope in the party. You know how much of my female Haitian friends hit me to what's hot and what's not? That's what you
Yeah,
do.
bro. One
He'd be
time
like,
I
yo,
played.
which one can I catch a goo at, nigga? Yo, L, play that one. Yo, would you like this one in the party? Nah, L, if I heard that in a party, I'll walk off. Nigga, that one's coming out the folder.
Yo, I remember I played Sweet Mickey's Compa de Facto at a Haitian. It was like a Haitian christening, bro. My boy came up to me, was like, "Turn that shit
Thank
off."
you. Like, my
But
grandmother don't even want to hear that no more. Like, them Haitians like, oh, KSI, KSI.
you
Like,
know,
come on, man.
turn that shit off. But oh, listen, man, there's DJs that love music, and there's just DJs that play the top shit, and we know who we are,
No
man.
doubt.
Shout out to Serge, man. That's my guy.
Oh, I
Serge,
see you go ahead now.
I need a Haiti versus Africa. Sagila, Sagafet.
Saga Fete, me say, get un bon challenge, man.
Yo, I'm out of here, yo. I only had a question for you, man. I'm out of here.
How you like cook food, man? We'll chat, brother.
All right.
What? That's the man, Charlie B. Let me read some of these comments. Big up yourself, Daniel Winston. Wagwan. What up, Quincy? Everybody locked in. What's up, Kia? What up, cuz? Got it locked in Barbados. Don Weezy. What up, Serge? You gotta go completely left. That's why I see you on Big Zaz, man. Congrats on that gig, bro. I'll be there to listen to you, man. Marlon Cooper, Wagwan, brother. Long time, long time. Chemo, what's up? I seen you getting on yesterday. I agree. You was looking nice, doing your dizzle. But like I said, man, the party scene in Boston, I was talking shit at the beginning of the summer, but it's definitely been a good little vibe. It seemed like every culture seems to have their things. The Spanish is doing their thing. The Haitians is doing their thing. There's a lot of violence, but the violence haven't been contributed to the parties. So I'll give it to that. You know what I mean? It seemed like there's some type of war going on in the streets, but I'm waiting lava to excel. Oh, don't bring that here. War, lava calling you a goofy, man. Don't bring that beef here. But yo, let's big up everybody. You know, I always say, you know, it's a 50-50. The vibe can't be right. The DJ has to have that crowd participation, and the crowd gotta let the DJ know if he's doing the thing right or not, man. It's as easy as that. It's no real. DJs have off days. Every DJ's not gonna rock it out each and every time. If it seemed like a DJ's having an off day, and I could see that, but some DJs need to step down, let the other DJ do his thing. If you're going on like 15, 20 minutes, nigga, you know shit ain't popping, call the next DJ. Call the next DJ. Mr. D, Wagwan. Call the next DJ, give him his time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's about it. I had a great weekend. It was safe. The boat ride was dope. Ice Age seemed cool. And I gave y'all my description of the grass is greener. It's officially carnival time in Boston, y'all. 2 weeks and counting. Y'all know how I feel about carnival. Fuck Boston Carnival. Fuck a cab. Straight up. I mean, dude, you know, there's 2 entities now. So if you want to check out the new shit, B Soca, check out their Kiddies Carnival. I don't know who's going on the truck, but whatever sound, I might chill with a sound. I might chill with Thick Sounds Incorporated. I ain't going out with Suave on the road. I'm not going out with none of them. I love them all. They're my family, but I can't help the entity helping Cacab. All the masqueraders and everybody. And here's the thing. Here's where and this might sound fucked up, but fuck it. Let's chat on this. You know there's no fucking vibe in Boston when all these bands coming out and this new one and these old one, and you don't see nobody at their mass camps. Ever. Everybody's registering online. And remember back in the days, oh no, nigga, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, people going to a mass camp. People lining up at a mass camp. Mass is being made. You ain't had shit to do. You could go to a mass camp. You even have, your mass camp was boring. You could go to a next mass camp and line, nigga. You don't even know these mass camps be open now. Where's a mass camp? I drive by the Horizon, nigga. That shit got fucking tumbleweeds and shit rolling. It's just a wild, wild west, nigga. Besides that, where's a base for Carnival? Where's a base? Any base? What represents our culture for this upcoming Carnival season? Outside. We outside. So where we gonna go when we talk about Carnival? If we say Cab is running this shit or whatever, cool, fuck them. What's Carnival? Where's a mass camp? Where's a place you can line? Where's a place you can get information on mass? On the upcoming events, on anything that'll get you in the spirit, in a Carnival mood. I'll fucking wait. I know B Soka's doing their kiddies thing. I think was it this week or next week? It's coming up, I think. Danny Johnson, big up. Let me know exactly. But where's the vibe? Where's the Carnival vibe? Man, I was part of whatever, brother. You know, we here chilling. So when I was part of Come Cross, when I was bored, August 19th, y'all. That's the Kiddies Carnival with B Soka. When I was part of Come Cross, when I was bored, I used to go by Midas. When that was bored, I used to go by Horizon. When that was bored, Mr. C and them had a little lime over there. You could go by fucking Margaret and them up on the hill, Black Family. You just had places to chill. People making masks, people talking Carnival. All now, people coming up with concepts for next year. I swear to God. If it's 2 weeks before Carnival, we already had our design and our concept of what we was thinking about the following fucking year. Remember, I did that shit for 13 years with Cummins, 4 years with IMAS. We was already thinking and contemplating section colors and section materials and all right, what we gonna do this year? Oh, so with that, come up with 3 or 4 different sections within that. Color scheme them. Put what materials, what accents, all these little things now. What the fuck? There ain't no fucking Carnival feel. Like, what's Carnival in Boston right now? The fact that a bunch of trucks are going out on the road and y'all can go behind these trucks and the nigga might get shot. But besides that, let me know what essence of true culture is in this fucking season of Carnival. I'll wait, please. This is a real fucking question that I'm asking. We used to have a feel in the hood. They used to wake up and just, soak on the radio from the stations. People driving in their car. You don't even see people putting the flags in their car no more, except for Trinidadians. They always they got every headrest. But you don't even see, like, the other day the Puerto Rican festival was in Boston. You seen the cars rolling around with the shits on. That from the day before. But what vibe do we have? I'm not going to Carnival. Same here. I'm working that day. Nigga, a West Indian saying, I'm working Carnival Day, nigga. You used to take them days off from the following year, nigga. People used to get fired for fucking taking off Carnival Day. He's like, no, I'm working. He said, no, I'm working. People, like, people right now rather go to the strike boat ride than to go to fucking Carnival. The strike boat ride got more vibes in the city than the fucking Boston Carnival. Yeah, no vibes, cause we good with Just Road. Exactly. You gotta have mass. You gotta have big piece, individuals, mass. I know it sounds like I'm a hater saying that, but I don't give a flying fish fuck. Carnival is not just putting speakers, and I'm a DJ. I love sound. But if you don't have the mass, if you don't have the costumes along with that music, it is not fucking Carnival, yo. More efforts going into promo, just saying they're having something. Oh, let's do it. Hello.
Hi.
Ça passe, chérie, moi,
Hello.
petite moi.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
I heard you talking one of my favorite subjects, and because now I'm a carnival hater, I guess.
Mm. Just because
I just want to
you're trying to make it better.
I guess so. Like it's funny about everything that you're saying right now. And you know me and you have had our little mishaps about communication and stuff like that. But it wasn't until kind of getting into this situation that I understood why people are so vehemently adverse to helping anything with Carnival or even saying anything about it, because everybody gets very sensitive, everybody gets very quick to call you a hater, or very quick to say that, like something is happening. And I feel like not enough people are asking questions. They're just going off of something that they think they hear, but they're not asking enough questions that make any type of sense. And of course, if you're not, like, a lot of people, oh, I don't want to get into the politics of it, I don't want to do this, I don't want to get into all of that, I just want to be out there, I just want to be out there. But what exactly are you being out there to do? Like, the people our age are too old to be outside humping with the children or getting on bad or doing all of those things. Like, we want to have nice, clean, traditional, good fun, catch a vibe, have the week be what it's supposed
It
to
don't
be.
have to be Sailor Mass, but we
Exactly.
just try to do a thing.
It doesn't have to be that. But like, I asked somebody today, like, especially natives of Trinidad and these islands that have had Carnival for so long, when is it that we've gone on the road and considered Carnival a bunch of t-shirt bands? Like,
Thank you.
when has that been Carnival? Like, when has that ever been the definition of Carnival?
Ever.
And if we start with that one question right there about when has that ever been Carnival, and we look about the Carnival product that is being had right now, we have what, two mass bands on the road for the 50th anniversary of Carnival. Like, I've seen more effort go into Suave. I've seen more effort go into Fete. I've seen
Yep.
more effort go into Unity's events with content and pre-content and pre-promotions. And it always bothers me that people that speak up are considered haters or considered people that are not about the culture, when literally all we've been asking is for an increased awareness of said culture. So I guess that's what's confusing to me is how are people that are demanding and want more for the culture being called out as, bad mind or haters or negative or something like
Naysayers
that.
and all those
Yeah.
things. Yep.
If you going through it and you see all the hype around it, oh, I'm like you said earlier, oh, I'm gonna start a truck. All these random people that just starting a truck, starting t-shirt bands and starting t-shirt bands and starting t-shirt bands, and there's no organization, there's no strategy, there's nothing around it. How is it that this is the 50th anniversary of Carnival and we've been fighting this fight at least since last year that is this public? How are we fighting the fight of Carnival and wanting it to be bigger when everybody keeps on jumping in because they're doing it for the culture, but nobody's taking care of the actual culture,
Culture.
because it just doesn't start on the road. It's not just the road. It's not putting a band on the road that you're doing something for the culture.
Fact.
It is weird to me that is the stance that a lot of people have tried to take, but you're okay with being the only band on the road, and that is your contribution to the culture, instead of coming to a meeting, asking a question, starting a panel, helping to promote. I don't see any of the people on the road promoting as much for Carnival as they are promoting their individual bands.
or sound
So,
system.
so it makes me feel
Thank
like it is
you, Hostile.
self gratification if you are not actively coming to the table and saying, how can we make this better as a
For the
people?
culture.
Yes. For the culture is absolutely not putting a truck on the road. For the culture is getting uncomfortable with asking the questions that need to be asked. If we know that,
How can I bring a band that is a full band?
yes,
A full
exactly.
a kiddies band within my adults with 2 or more sections. That's a band.
It only makes sense to me that, like people, I had a conversation with one of my good friends today, and like it was one of those heated conversations, not heated conversation, but heated conversations
Right.
about what is going on. And I feel like when it comes to B Soka, and thank you for shouting it out and thank you for helping to promote kiddies, I feel like what B Soka wanted to do or started out to do was a very aggressive plan. But I think that after we realized the loopholes and the strategy that everybody else had, is that we couldn't compete about that. So when it comes to carnival vibes, like you said, where are the vibes we used to be at mass camps and yada yada and blah blah blah? And there's none of that. You can't have a mass camp with a t-shirt band. What the fuck are you camping? What are you mass camping? We would pick up
Fact.
t-shirts? That takes 2 minutes. You put up a bag with a whistle, there's not much that I have to look for. There's nothing for anybody to be at a mass camp for except waiting for the printer to come to where it's supposed to be printed, and you get your bag of t-shirts and you go cut it up and you go on the road. Where is carnival in that? And if we're just doing a rolling parade, then we might as well have all signed up for the Roxbury Unity Parade and put our individual cups, cars, and trucks in that, and we could have called that for the fucking culture. But if we're not going to get serious about it,
I said the
if
same
we're not going to get
thing.
serious about making an actual change, if y'all are not going to start enabling CACAB to keep doing what they're doing, which is absolutely to nothing, why the hell is this proud ass culture and community so okay with accepting the very bare minimum? What happened to us?
I say, and in that essence, I say, you're getting shit. You're being given shit, and you're arguing about being given shit, but yet you participate in the shit.
I don't understand. So when I ask people, okay, so is the carnival what you want it to be? No, it's not. But letting it die is not going to be anything either. It's dead. The children want to play friggin' trap music on the road. They all want to do that. Yes, Charlie, we are starting with Pan on the Plaza, bringing Pan back. We haven't had a panorama since 2003. That's
A
20 years.
panorama. Pan,
20
the
years.
essence of carnival. The essence. All right, let me say this. Yesterday, I was at Grass is Greener, and there was points of time when the music was chipping out, and the vibe, as soon as he goes, bing, ding, 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 everybody start chipping. The times where it started becoming annoying is when the music and them started being off. Then, they started being a little louder than gel and stuff like that. That's when it started becoming a problem. But if there's no pan, there's no rhythm section, there is no culture, there's no carnival. And
There's
and
none.
and to be honest, Juve was the shit until they brought fucking speakers into carnival.
And that's another argument that we're having. And I've seen that argument. Okay, when you go to other Juves, Miami and stuff like that, it is conducive to us having big trucks on the road. They're spinning around in a circle and we're all having a fun and dancing and whatever. That's more so, that's Juve. But yeah, what we have in Boston
I'm
is
bringing
something
Charlie
very,
in on this.
yeah, what we have in Boston is something very, very special. We don't necessarily have to do what they're doing because we still believe in rhythm sections and we still have the oldest steel pan orchestra in the United States, which is Branch's Steel Band. Now, if Branches have even pulled out of the carnival and Branches is still the only band. Well, not even because there's a lot of them. Because Pan in the Plaza, we have 7 bands that are out. But if branches are pulled out of the carnival, y'all don't think that there's a problem? Like
I
nobody
was with
thinks that
Michael
there's a
Smith
problem?
last. I was with Michael Smith last Thursday, and you know he's a fucking historian in his own way. And it was one thing that he said to me that I said, "God damn," and it's kind of fucked up. He wasn't meaning to be. It's just me and my mentality. But he was talking to me, and then he mentioned another friend of mine, Diane's father, Mr. Belfast, and how he's in Orlando with the branches that he brought to Orlando, and how they have damn near 100 people, and for this section, and there's do this and that. And I'm like, and I know in Mr. Smith's heart and he belly, there's no reason for him to be here, but he's here for these kids because once he goes, and I'm not gonna say once he goes, Pan goes to the city, but he is that commercial aspect. He is that one that has that city hall pull that gets those commercialized gigs and things of that sort that I'm hoping that Darren Fenty and all these people now will continue to do on a really making money out of it, because our culture, we don't get no money out of it. We don't get nothing but notoriety. So now that we're in this technology state and things that are more profitable, if it wasn't for someone like Michael Smith to stay in this city right now, a lot of the shit that we call culture is dead.
Carl Smith, yeah.
It's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It really is dead. And I think that again, we're not asking enough questions about why these things are no longer taking place, or why, like why he has pulled out. He has a
Why
band
someone
of
could leave
over.
Massachusetts and start a pan in Florida that becomes successful, but yet he's down here and we have so much talent, we have so much money, we have all these influences, but yet he can't pull it off on that level?
There's no reason why Boston is not still big the way that it was when it was big.
Well, there is that
I mean,
reason.
we know,
There is that
So,
reason.
we all know the
Yeah,
reason. We
I'm
all
um,
saying, I'm
know.
saying,
Go
Court.
Chili
Well,
Bird.
good afternoon, Danielle. Nice to see you.
hey, what's
It's been a while.
I know.
Okay, so as an outsider, I'm a lover of your culture. I mean, we're cousins, right? Africans and Caribbeans. You guys have a large population, which I'm sometimes jealous of. I wish we had the Africans in the numbers of, the Caribbeans. So my question is, and I don't know, I hear and see and read things or whatever. So if the older folks don't want to pass the torch, right? I think you said you guys are creating something. Why not have all these promoters who are doing Suave and this and Red House and the Zaz, all these big promoters, right? Why don't all of us, and I'm going to include myself because I'd love to be a part of it, start something new, right? I don't know the legalities of getting the permits to go up and down Blue Hill Ave, but I've
Us,
done and been a
go
part.
answer this. I'm going to answer this.
I've been a part of the African Festival for years when we used to do it in City Hall, and it was great. Met with Lisa Menino, all those people, sponsors, Coke, all these people. Like, so everybody has resources. Hot Sauce has resources. I'm sure we all could get the right thing. So why not just start new?
Let me ask you this, and I know you can't answer a question with a question, but to that question you just asked, ask yourself, if you see something going on with Hot Sauce like B Soca, and you know all these other DJs like the Suaves and the fucking Sound International and whoever all the other t-shirt bands are bringing, why aren't they going to be Soca? Why are they? And they know, again, people are mad at me because I make this comment, but everybody knows that Kakab is offering shit. So I still love my Suave people. I still love my Sound International people. I still love all of them. But as far as this entity and this business is concerned, I gotta say fuck them, because they are going into a bigger entity that I say fuck them. So to get, not answering the question for Hot Sauce, but to say to yourself, so the question that you ask, yeah, Hustlers is already doing something. So why aren't these people forming something with her to go off her kitties and then to try to make a carnival and to do these other things? Why are they now, going into the shit that they know Shirley's gonna give them? Ask yourself that too. But if you want to answer Go ahead, hot
I
sauce.
mean thank you for pulling that in. So yes, Charlie, we have done that. We have done exactly that. We have created a new entity that's now official, that is now an organization, and we're working on our 501c3. But right now we have a fiscal sponsor, the same like a cab has, because they too are not 501c3 certified. They also have a fiscal sponsor after 50 years.
After 50 fucking years.
Yeah.
So we went ahead and did exactly what you did, and we formed an organization that has written into the bylaws that within a couple of, with every year or every 2 years or whatever, there will be publicly held elections in order to do stuff. Now, the city recognizes the last week in August as Boston Carnival weekend, so that's why we're still there. But there are other things that we can do, like Caribbean Heritage Month in June, that we're also thinking about too, about doing other different things too, because they're right now, I believe I can say that from what I have seen, CACAB has City Hall in a chokehold because of the longevity of their tenure. Historically, they have claims or rights to that day in some type of manner
So
that
can
I
I?
absolutely don't
I
understand.
don't mean to interject,
Yep.
right? I just want I don't want to lose the point. So why they may have that date in the chokehold? That's fine. Everybody knows it's the last Saturday in August, right? But why not pick a new date? Why does it have to be that date?
It
What,
I mean,
don't.
good.
And this is how I say it. Everybody knows that date. So we have to disrespectfully, as a collective unit, not go that day. We have 30 other days we can pick to throw our own carnival.
So
yeah.
that's the thing, and I'm gonna stop you right there. So collectively, everybody knows of that day. So by instincts, we all go to that day. In order for us to get a new day with the same type of energy, people will actually have to work together. Shit, and
And
we
show
all
them that
know.
energy.
Exactly. And we all know that we are already having a problem with just even holding CACAB accountable for their lack thereof. So if everybody can't come together and say, yes, there is a problem. Yes, facts state, data states that the carnival is damn near dead. Nobody's coming outside. Nobody is coming to see a bunch of t-shirt bands. That's what it is.
But once
Last
you
year,
have entities like the bands that will actually enter for whatever reasons they may enter, once they enter, the entity stays alive.
yes.
So,
So
and
have you
those
guys
people who are
gone?
entering are the same people that we
Hold
need
up.
in our
All
collective
right.
unit.
So
So
I'm
it's like,
assuming.
yo, what the fuck are you doing? And then they're the ones that will talk shit. Yeah, we know that them doing wrong, and we know this and we know that. And then it's like, oh, meet us on the road for
For
what?
the Cab's
Huh?
Carnival.
So
But go ahead, Charlie.
sometimes you gotta go around the middleman, right? So have you guys gone to City Hall directly?
Yes,
And what has their response been?
That's how they found out that there's a chokehold on everything, bro.
exactly. So let me tell you, we've met with the mayor's office, all of her chiefs. We've met with business stakeholders on Blue Hill Ave.
Hmm.
We met with public safety. We met with a lot of cultural groups. We met with vendors. We met with band leaders. We've met with civic leaders. We've met with politicians. We've bombarded, and not even bombarded, because let me not say it like that. We tried to peacefully enter a meeting with a bunch of city councilors, Sheriff Tompkins, a lot of other people,
It
and
was
they
denied
kicked us out.
entry, right?
Yep, I got video of it. So when
Really?
you ask you, so I'm not saying that your questions are basic, but almost think that at this point, if we got into this point where we have to have a separate kiddies carnival and start doing events outside, like you said, cut out the middleman. All right, we don't need to go through CACAB. We don't need to partner because they don't want to. She called us insurrectionists and all kinds of stuff.
Oh wow.
So if we go around them and start building back up the events that led up to Carnival, such as Kitty's Carnival
Case.
and and Pan on the Plaza with Panorama, aka Pan on the Plaza, then you would only assume that we had to go through the licenses, the ambulance with the red, the fire people,
Yep.
the
Yep.
police people,
AMSA.
the public safety, the city. We've done all of that. We've been meeting every single week for 3 to 4 hours every single week, the 6 of us. Every single week. And we've met with even when you said meet up with the promoters, ask the promoters. A couple of weeks ago, we asked all the promoters to come into a Zoom meeting. There was about 23 that showed up. We told them the plan from start to finish, and we asked for their support because we know that the promoters have the biggest pull when it comes to marketing and stuff. So if the promoters can come together and help us push things like Kitty's Carnival and Pan, that doesn't cause the divide on the road, because we don't want to fight. We don't want to seem like we're doing two roads and blah, blah, blah. We don't want to be divisive. And what we are doing is coming together with the entire rest of the community. And CACAB is the only entity that does not want to work with the entire rest of the community. How can we fuse any gaps, or how can we work around everything when it's literally on a chokehold? And then we have bands that are on the road, that are just coming on the road for the culture, not understanding that what you're doing is contributing to her mediocrity. So basically, as soon as the media entities sees anything on the road, it's snap, 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 another successful carnival. Who cares about anything else? She did
All
it.
she
There was
needs
3.
in a dollars shit, to make it short on a dollars note, all she needs is one band for her carnival, for her to get her grants and her
Literally,
fucking her
Gotcha.
money.
literally.
So I know
They
my questions
Go
again.
ahead.
I'm an outsider. That I'm trying to learn here because I just see things on Facebook. I don't really know the AKA politics of how these things work, and I get it. Sometimes the old people, they don't want to let go. What is the core issue? They just don't want to pass the torch because they've been holding it for so long. Like, what is their reasoning for not wanting
It's a
to?
hostage situation at this point. Now, I'm going to allegedly allege from what I heard in the research that I've been able to gather. I'm still going to allege. Now, we know some things that people probably don't know. We know that CACAB receives $150,000 from Senator Nick Collins.
Boom. All right. Somebody want to talk like me. I love it. Boom. Talk them numbers.
We
Go on. Go on.
know that just on that injection alone, $150,000 is quite a lot, right? Oh, we know that, and no, maybe people didn't know that the city pays for fire and police. So it's not like all of that budget is going towards security.
Yep.
We also know that band registration is about $500. So we're getting money there. We also know that
You
the
forgot the
vendors are,
Charles AME
yeah,
Church.
hello. So I don't even know where all the funding comes, but I do know that they have some big quality, maybe 2 more quality sponsors,
They
which is
got about a
Eversource.
quarter. They got about
So
300,000.
they got about 300,000. So if you think about 300,000, and then you start thinking about the other things that come around with them, like registration for vendors, and like other small donations and things like that, we might be somewhere comfortable around 500,000, right?
Yep.
Uh,
If not in full
500,000.
cash, in cash, let's say it like the TV, in cash and
Yeah,
sponsorships.
exactly. So we also know that none of this is recorded because they have told us online and on different news things that they don't have any money. How is it that after 50 years of organizing and receiving that amount of money, that, it does cost a lot to put these things on the road? Let's keep it a buck. It does cost a lot. It's not 500,000. And it could be, wait, it could be 500,000, but we're not seeing $500,000 worth of product. Let me put it that way. So there's $500,000 going somewhere. It ain't on the road.
And that's all I've said throughout the years. And I'm gonna go back even before that, when Mayor Menino was alive, and I went up there and I was doing my little eavesdropping and things, and they said back then there was $70,000 allotted for the Boston Carnival every year, and she would never take it. And she would never take it because she had to allocate where those funds went. But that was from the city. The state was giving her $50,000 that she was supposed to use for porta potties and things like that. It don't take no $50,000 for them porta potties.
Bro, a porta potty is $150 to $200. You can get 20 porta potties and it wouldn't be $50,000. And let's just be honest, we don't be seeing the porta potties on the road.
And that was back then. So I know that check up from now. Mayor Menino been dead for a while. And I know that check has been up from now.
I
She might not be taking that state check, but I still know that city check, but I still know she's taking that state check. She's
definitely.
getting all the fundings from the churches and the things that you said. So if we put it to a low number, right? Let's say 300,000. And let's go back 2 years, right? When she did that bullshit in the park, where there was no road, but there was bullshit in the park. So let's say she put about, and she didn't, let's say she put about 20 fucking porta potties in there. She didn't have no big artist or nothing of that sort. She had some bullshit artists. She spent maybe $10,000. Where the fuck did all of that go? And then the following year, she still got an next 125 from this one, 150 from this one. And where the fuck is this money going?
And those are the questions that I honestly just want people to ask. Again, I know a lot of people that this part of Carnival is definitely not sexy, and it's definitely not the carnival or the talk that people want to be having. But until we get okay with talking about this and having this conversation, we'll never get to the point of the carnival that we want to talk about. We'll never get to the vibes, because as much as y'all try to force the vibes, you cannot. You cannot force the vibes of something that's so divisive and something that is so wrong. It's wrong because we don't know where the money is going to. And it's not that the bands want somebody to pay for their band. Now, you got to do your own work. But there are other things that CAB could be helping these bands with to keep them on the road and getting people involved with the carnival spirit. Now, we bring it back to exactly where the money is going. We're not seeing this money in no promotions or marketing, because tell me, why is it that people are still wondering and asking, is there a carnival this year? It's the 50th anniversary of Boston Carnival. Why don't you guys know? Did you guys know that there was a beach day? A non-cooler fit? Did you guys know that Olatunji and Viking Ding Dong and all of them was here? No, because these people think that you can get a really pretty flyer made and you can post it on the CAB group that nobody goes into, right. And then people, when people don't show up, nobody wants to support. Nobody friggin' knew. We didn't know that that was happening. And the people that knew know that there was a bullshit ploy for you to try to bring you to try to pretend like you're doing something. Giving us absolutely nothing is not doing something. Giving us the bare minimum that you can possibly give us is not something. You having this for Carnival, you charging $50 at the door. There's 3 people inside. Why I gotta pay $50? This shit should be free.
How many people on that committee, the CAB committee?
There is 3 people. There is Shirley herself. There is Kenya Beeman, who has absolutely no idea and no reason,
biggest kiss ass in Boston,
to be involved in this whole conversation. But she will inject herself.
She's like a fucking fish hanging with a bunch of birds.
And all she does is talk to shit, because I've screenshotted everything that Kenya has written before and after the carnival. She is not for us. She is not by us. She is not one of us. She does not belong here. And she is sitting as the vice president of the carnival committee.
That's the biggest yes men throughout the years.
I know y'all. I'm just looking. I know y'all probably have thought of everything.
But ask the questions, because these are questions that a lot of people ask.
I like compromise, and I know you guys are passionate and upset. But
so what would compromise look like to you?
I don't know if you go into a meeting and everybody's yelling and screaming and shouting, that's not going to take us nowhere, right? Well, they hold the power, unfortunately. So how do we try to bell them in, right? Hey, it's not the money we want.
Power.
We just want a stake to preserve the culture, right? Just have a communication. I'm just asking. Again, I don't know.
Okay.
My answer to that is, for me, there is no more conversation. They've proven many of times that. Let me say this, and this is to answer this question, and Big Wayne put right here, Larry, the women have bills to pay. The carnival, Boston Carnival, is actually Shirley's. It is Shirley's tangible asset. This is her livelihood, as much as people don't want to believe it. So put it little numbers again, those 300,000. If you did, anybody in a position of power who got a lot of money, yeah, you gotta live. Take 10%, take 15%. Do what you gotta do.
Write yourself
Don't take all.
into the budget.
All right.
Don't take all the food out the fridge. Then look at everybody and say, I need y'all to put more food in the fridge.
All right.
And you knew if you would have took your little crackers and your cheese, everybody else could have ate. But us as dummies now, we keep giving her food to fill the fucking fridge. So to answer your question, Shirley knows. Shirley has put herself, Shirley is the dawn right now. We are kissing her fucking ring. She knows politically, it's technically, there is nothing we can do. So for us now, it's not a matter of talking to her. It's a matter of creating a product to show her higher powers that we need to be the ones that they focus their dollar and attention to. Fuck them. We just have to seek a blind eye to them because they're never going to compromise with us. They're never going to fucking pass the torch. So you mentally have to be like, all right, if not fight it fire with fire, just totally and blatantly ignore them and show the powers that be, which is the city and the state, that, listen, we have a product that's more modern in times, that will create more of a buzz, that will bring more people from out of town into the city, and our day will bring more revenue. Bottom line is dollars. The city don't give a fuck about our culture, us, none of that. But if we can prove we're going to bring more money into them than them, and we just got to make it safer. So if we can make it safer.
If we and this is the question, it's so funny because this is the question that everybody immediately asks, that same question: how come we can't compromise? How come we can't work together? So I told you earlier that we have sat and talked to almost every entity that has any involvement with Carnival. The first entity that we tried to reach out to was CACAB, to have a seat at the table. Now this got from, let's take it over, to, okay, fine, this is what she does. We get it. We understand. May we just have a seat at the table? Can we just come and talk to us? Yeah. We have tried, and it's not no hostile environment. We didn't pull up at our house and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. We went to the meetings. We wrote an email. We read a letter in the meetings, and nothing hostile. Mm-hmm. Stood up with a memo, stood up and just read it off. No hostile behavior. Kenya told us that she was going on vacation, so she really couldn't address it at that point. Then after that, from that time, we started asking for a meeting. They emailed us and told us that if we want a meeting, that we need to email. So we put a document together and we emailed them. So we did that 4 times. We asked to meet with them maybe another 4 times. We asked to have mediation meetings with them maybe another 6 times. We reached out to Sheriff Tompkins, Diane Wilkerson. We reached out to the Worrell brothers, who are absent.
Oh boy. Bring it back.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
We have reached out to everybody. We've reached out to the promoters. We've reached out to the promoters that are closer to her. Now, for my sake, I'm not going to say their names because I don't want no bad mind, and they're already thinking I'm thinking about them anyways, and guilt does that. But like Larry said, literally, she does not have any power, but we give her the power by not cutting her off. And if you understand,
who's we? You talking about the participants or the patrons?
We the participants, we the culture, we the people who have something to say, we the promoters, we the stakeholders of Carnival, we keep on giving her the power by not cutting her off. Larry said it earlier. Every time a truck touches the road, and this is not cancel it. This is not don't fuck Carnival, don't go to Carnival, Carnival hates Carnival. No, these are the facts. Every time a truck touches the road, you enable her and you kiss her ring and you give her power. Because as soon as the pictures are snapped, snap, snap. Now, for example, if you look back at the videos and the pictures from last year, you only saw one truck really being promoted or really being advertised. Which truck was that? I'm not going to call names.
I can't.
But all of the crowded shots, all of the group shots, all of the shots with the most amount of people were behind one truck. So
International.
when you
Sound.
get that image, and when you see that, you think success because people came outside. But you're not looking down the road and seeing empty streets that barricades don't need to be at. You're not looking around the road and seeing trucks that have given up for the first 13 seconds. You're not looking down the road and seeing the lack of spectatorship because there's nothing to watch. Nobody's coming out their house to watch teenagers hump each other listening to Afro.
Or they leave because they saw that.
Or they leave before they saw that. Now, when you put that together, when you put a bunch of, and I'm not against the youth, because even with Kitty's Carnival, we have every DJ that's playing at Kitty's Carnival under 30, under 25 years old. Intentionally, we are trying to rope in not only the babies from elementary, from preschool to elementary, but we're trying to get the teenagers and the younger DJs who are carrying on the torch. So yes, we did have a meeting with the young DJs as well to make sure that they had a seat at the table. So when you ask me how come we can't collaborate or whatever, why is it that everybody else is collaborating except for Cab and the people who choose to enable her?
So the problem is I'm assuming you've already reached out to the people or the truck, whoever was on the road, right? I'm sure you
They
guys have
come to
reached
the
out.
meetings, by the way. The people that are in the road come to the meetings so they know what
So they
is
should
going on.
stop. So then
They're all
they should
veterans.
stop.
They're all veterans. These are all veterans whose parents been getting played by Shirley. This ain't even like, that's why it's kind of passionate to me where I'm like, Zouave on the road, they actually had a member of their family in the committee. If I lie, say I lie.
So how did those three people get so much power again? Or
Because we give
Miss
it
Because
Shirley got something?
Shirley's there, and the other two are the ones who always kissed her ass, never said no, and does what she says when she does it, when she says it.
Shirley handpicks who she wants on the committee, who won't oppose her, who won't say anything to
If
her.
you're on the
And
committee and you
yeah,
oppose her, or you try to tell her that what she's doing is wrong or doesn't make sense, you're out of there.
you
Even
are. You
I
can
saw
ask
the
now.
same family member that I told you that I saw, who's part of Red House. I saw him yesterday at Green, grass is green, and I made my little point. I made my little joke to him. I was like, "You ready for this carnival season?" He was like, "I ain't part of that committee no more." I was like, "Damn."
But these like all you can. That's the thing, Charlie. Like literally, you can go back and ask any ex committee member. And I implore anybody to do that. And I want you guys to do your own research. I always ask you guys to do your own research because you shouldn't just be hearing it from me because
Right.
depending on how you feel about me emotionally, that's how you're going to take what am I
And
saying.
I
I'm
say
either telling the
it
truth
too.
or I'm fucking lying. So
I
I
say
don't
that
even
too.
want y'all to
Do your
listen to me.
research.
Go do your research. You can ask any ex-committee member, if they were able to make any type of change or make any suggestions or to say anything that could help the carnival out. They will all tell you the same thing, the same exact thing. No, we're just here. Shirley probably lines our pockets. This is all that we can do. We've been here for all this time. Whatever. At least she is
Danielle,
doing it.
a real 501c3 needs at least 4 people, right?
They need at least 3 people. They need a president, a secretary, and a treasurer.
Okay.
They
I thought they
yeah,
needed.
they
I
need
thought they needed. I thought they needed a CEO, a COO too.
no,
Okay.
you like and I only know this because I just went through this 2 times in the last year of trying to putting together a nonprofit, including BSOCA. So the 6 of
So
us,
it's coincidental that there's only 3.
yes. So there's only 3. So there only happens to be 3 people that are on the board. How do I know that, you ask? Because they got a new website, and I looked at it and I read every word on it, every single word, so that I can make sure that I'm not talking shit. Because I don't like to come to you guys talking shit if I don't have nothing to put it back up. Put it up. Go look at cacab.org. First of all, before you even read anything, look at the website for our 50th year anniversary. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the 50th year anniversary. Have any of you guys seen one poster, one banner, one lawn sign, one fucking flyer?
So
Anything? Have you seen anything? Yes. Don't tell
Any
me nothing about
literal
thing.
I have
Don't tell me
another
nothing about
question.
a social media
If she,
post because that doesn't mean anything because half of y'all can't see the algorithm anyways. And I see the ones who like it and I see the ones who share it. I'm that petty because I want to know who is spreading this propaganda.
Right.
I look.
so, God
Go ahead.
forbid, she passes away or gets old or sick or whatever, who takes power?
It will
Daughter.
be Kenya Beeman and Tamara Shillingford, and
The
neither one
daughter.
of them are suitable to be running an organization as such.
This is crazy.
I have said that to them before in their face. And if anybody believes that either Tamara Shillingford or Kenya Beeman is suitable to run the Caribbean Association, I don't even know what CACA means at this point because Larry says it all the time, CACA.
Kaka.
If you guys think that is who we should endow our cultural event to, then we have a bigger problem. We have delulu going on. People are delusional. You're delusional
Look
if
at
you
what we're
feel
getting now.
look
Just look at what we have. Look at what we got. Look at what we have been given. And the sad part about it is the day of carnival, niggas and chicks are gonna dress up and cut up their shirt and be like, I can't wait to go to the Jamaican festival. It's gonna be litty. And she's
let's
gonna
not. I
have
mean,
her
even
carnival.
after the carnival, when the violence starts, do you ever see anybody from CAB coming to the aid of the Caribbean community and being like, "Nah, we denounce this. This didn't happen. This is not a part of our culture." No. Instead, Kenya sits there and puts her hand behind her back and be like, "Oh yeah, I heard there was another shooting down the street." Bitch, that's not what you're
Oh,
supposed to say.
oh God.
Why are you
Oh God.
saying that? You're the vice president. Denounce this shit. Do some PR. Where the PR? Where's the
Where's the? This
PR
is
people?
not a Caribbean thing. This is not a Caribbean thing. Like it has to come from the public or me or you or someone who has no real ties to Kaka and their shit. But
And and
even
like
when
a lot
when
of
I seen when the whole Juve association themselves was kind of, when they was trying to take away the day or whatever, it was only the last meeting when they had with the city that Shirley showed her face. But the ones before that, when they were really like, no, you can't take away this date and you can't do it. See, nobody was really fucking there. You know how I feel. I've put myself in a position where everybody knows I'm passionate, but I felt like a cunt so much, and it just the repetitive talking. I just say, yo,
I've had family that has turned on me because of the fact that I want us to stop accepting the very minimum of what it takes. And you guys know we here in Boston are very prideful, no matter what it is, sports, education, just Boston, like niggas is literally tattooing the bees all over it. We're very, very prideful. For us to have one of the biggest Caribbean populations in the United States, and for
Yeah.
our carnival to be at this level, y'all got to start asking real ass questions. It's not about boycotting. It is not about trying to bad mind. It is not about trying to,
not even about taking over either.
yeah,
It's not about taking
it's
over.
not about taking over. Like if you guys have been event planners or done any kind of curation, the level of energy and passion and just and resiliency that you have to do to process through the city's application debacle, you would understand that this is a large
It
undertaking. So, in order
is.
to do this work, you have to be very selfless and you have to actually want to see a product that people care about. You have to actually want this to be something. And people are very, very fine with just putting a truck on the road or doing a few events and saying that we're for the culture. That's not for the culture. Unfortunately, y'all are getting that fucked up and you guys are trying to force vibes on people. You're really trying to force vibes on people that are not there, that you cannot do by yourself. If the community is not activated and engaged and ready to do this, and we don't have anything to look forward to, and we don't. The parade is supposed to be an accumulation of all the things that preceded the actual road. This is called No Sleep Week. It's called No Sleep Week for a reason. Niggas is
Literally.
supposed to stay up from about Tuesday all the way to after what's the carnival and cool effect. We supposed to stay up and be zombies. We supposed to have pace. Here, I get a full night's sleep. I go and rest. I
Wait,
come
this
back.
is
I
Carnival
wash.
week? Next
Huh?
week is Carnival week.
Next week is carnival week. But
Okay.
But
again,
even so, like, we used to see a truck or two on the road that be waiting for speakers.
we used to see
People
at least a little poster. You know, we used to like shout out to D Horizon for Back on the Road. I understand it too. Why D Horizon is back on the road, but I don't know if D Horizon ever said, "Yo, what is actually going on here?" Like what is actually going on here? Like the same people that are joking in the comment sections, and I'm not gonna call names because every time I call a name, everybody wanna hot sauce. I'm not gonna do that. But the people that are making jokes and making light of this situation in a couple of years, when nobody else has the strength or the will to actually, do it for the culture or put it on the road, then what are you guys gonna do? Like, what are you guys going to do?
it is
You gonna think that the
gonna
city's gonna
be
be like,
sucky
oh no?
like Toronto. It's gonna be sucky like fucking Toronto. If they keep this shit up, it's gonna fucking suck like that shit.
So I
It's gonna
mean,
go
for
up
me,
Martin Luther King Boulevard and back down Martin Luther King Boulevard. Then they're gonna go into Shelburne Center. Oh, it's gonna be
I
horrible.
I learned a lot from in this conversation, and my kids are half Jamaican, and
So
I'm
they should be
obviously
at
half.
Kitty's Carnival because
Well,
we have seven Kitty's full mass bands on the road.
send me the info. I mean, it's important. This generation, it's kind of they're getting lost. They don't want to work. They don't want to think. Like, we got to
They've
preserve the
been
culture.
lost. Our kids know nothing. How old is
No,
your kids?
my son's gonna be 10. My other one's 14, and I have a
Exactly. When
daughter.
is the last time they've been to a carnival that they could be all like, oh, I had mad fun? Probably
Listen,
never.
so I drove, and I worked hard to get my kids out the hood. I mean, not for nothing. I grew up in Roxbury, but we were driving the other day through Norfolk,
You're
and my son seen he saw the triple
shit like
deckers. He's like, "Oh, are those apartments?" And I'm like, "No, those are houses," because they don't know. I've taken them out of that environment. Not, I appreciate it. I love it. I went to BPS school, scholarship, everything, but just with everything going on
yeah,
in the
Tachi, he
city.
came.
I
I'm
want
sorry.
better for my kids, but I want them to see the cultural aspect of,
Well,
where they come from.
and not even just another shameless plug. Kitty's for the first time ever has an actual road. Like we are actually on the road marching. We have a partnership with Franklin Park that the kids get to go through the park, through the fixtures because it's the light show there, through the fixtures,
I
back
didn't even
out
know that.
into
That's
a
dope.
jamboree. Like I
That's
don't
dope.
understand how that could be. That's for the culture, and I'm not even putting myself in that
And that's all we've been asking for since I was a teenager. Since I was
because
a teen, and now you actually have people that's doing it. So if the and I'm not speaking for B Soka, I'm speaking now as a patron. If you have kids and you don't support that, but yet you go out on the road, that means you want the shit to continue.
and not even some more allegations, but like there's a whole big debacle between the fact that Zaz Fest and Soca Chemistry is happening and blah blah blah. A lot of people don't know that when we found out about the date for Zaz Fest, because we were already planning this, and when we sat down with Zaz Ori and literally realized that both dates were on the same thing, we spoke to them about how a collaboration would look like. They are also bringing artists from Zazfest over to Kitty's Carnival so the kids get a chance
Mm,
to meet and greet some of these artists as
thank
well.
you.
So not only do the kids get to meet the artists that have been singing some of their favorite songs, but they also get to cross road, cross the stage. They also are not standing up in the sun for hours while everybody else eats and has shade while they're in the sun trying to at least do a little round in the park. They can touch the grass this time. There's a full jamboree with free food. a stage, music, popcorn, what's the shit with the cotton
Cotton
candy,
candy,
all of the things,
bouncy
all of the things.
house, I'm sure.
I'm not sure, and let me tell you, it don't cost $150,000 to do something cute for the kids. By the way, so
Ooh,
all of that money that's not going towards any of these events that are needed to put on the carnival is being done by an actual entity that cares about the look, cares about the product, and cares about the user experience, which is the children. These children need to be entertained. They got face paint and all kinds of shit going on. Instead of saying, all right, Bisoka, y'all got that. Let's work together. Y'all got kitties. Y'all got Pan. We'll do the road, whatever. We don't like y'all. We don't talk to y'all, but we're not going to do anything to conflict them. Instead, we're hearing rumors that they might have had some help in, putting up another event that could coincide with Kitties Carnival. Who the hell goes after
that's
kids? Who
crazy. That's
does
wild.
that? And then on top of that,
Especially when
not only is
everybody
your
knows your kitty sucks.
yeah, and
Their kitties
in your
haven't
junior
been nothing
carnival, there's
productive.
not one band in the junior carnival. Last year, carnival was made into a dance competition and a junior DJ competition. There was two DJs to compete. They both won, clearly. Um,
Wow.
there was about
Wow.
40 people in the stands in big ass white stadium. I need to very much know how that makes any sense. Now, this is not to badmind the carnival. This is just trying to get you guys to literally look at the product, think about the facts, and to start asking more questions that don't automatically put us in a cancel carnival, cancel. No. Just ask a question. What are you trying to do? We're just trying to make carnival good again. That's it. This is not personal. This has nothing to do with Shirley Shillingford. Nobody cares. Nobody actually cares.
How you gotta
Nobody.
think of it now. Just that doesn't exist.
It
If we
doesn't.
could get everybody to just think that doesn't exist, there's a new entity, then we can roll from there. Because even if it's an entity of starting small, look at what she just said. I didn't even know all of that. But what she just said is more than what CAB has given these kids in the last 30 some years that they said that the kiddies is? Because they've been 50 and the kiddies been 30 some. So within the last 30 some, and I can speak from my experiences from when I had my mass camp and when I did it with Stevens, one of the situations with my mass camp is I actually had to push one of them old dudes for telling kids not to run on the on the grass. Notice Hot Sauce just said the kids can run on the grass this time. I actually, a man grabbed my son and told him not to. I had to push him. I had to tell all the kids, fuck them. The kids are supposed to play. How you going to tell kids don't play on Kitty's Carnival Day? And I had that type of
I
rationing.
I got a question.
Rationing.
I know. I'm seeing Patchy in the comment section. It does say kiddies, but how many mass bands are going to be playing at the Kid D's Carnival?
I'm bringing in Power Surge.
Like, how many
Since you
mass
got,
bands are playing at the Kiddies Carnival? Because you guys know, at the Junior Carnival, because it's actually Junior Carnival is how they have it written. We actually are promoting a Kiddies Carnival. So Junior, and that's semantics. So who cares? But Junior Carnival, what is Carnival? We going back in White Stadium for y'all to pay $30, $40 to get in there. How much is Kitty? I heard that Kitties was $30 or $40. Is that true?
I don't know. I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
That's what I heard. I heard for years that it's been about $30 to $40. So there are
Let
no
me go on
bands.
their website.
There's no band. Go on. Yes, go on their web. There's no bands for Junior Carnival on said Sunday. You have some Moco Jumbies being flown in from somewhere else when there are Moco Jumbies right here in Boston, and we have them. Um, you also,
Wait. Can I say this?
yeah.
Can I say this? Think about this though. And I'm a brag, but whatever. Boston has some of the best DJs.
Facts.
Designer Darrow is one of the best designers, and I'm gonna say it like a Trini in
In
the world,
the world.
Facts.
in the world, and all these other entities, great entities like that, and none of them work with CACAB. Doesn't this say something?
Bro, when Socoholics pulls out, and Socoholics is the biggest band on the road, and not even to put them on
And
here,
Margaret Black.
and Margaret Black, and yes, when they pull out a carnival, y'all not asking no questions about why. Somebody said it's because of me. I wish I had that kind of clout, man. I wish.
Sauce,
All right.
You
sauce,
do though.
And
You
Now
do
and
though.
I
and
Stop
you have
fronting. You
three
do.
hundred
You
thousand
have
dollars
it.
at your disposal.
exactly.
You ain't gonna try to keep your entity alive. You can't break a little 5, 10 grand to each of them, nigga. What? That's gonna hurt your pocket.
We all know that EP Customs is a part of TNT. And TNT, I don't know. I haven't spoken to them, so this is just me asking questions. Why is it that TNT don't want to be associated with Carnival, whereas Mr. Arrow has to come out with his own line by himself?
Because
Yo,
the check now could be written directly to him
yo, sauce. You
instead
got
of the entity of the band. You
Allegedly.
notice
sauce.
it's his
Yes.
Sauce.
name now. It's his name now. So TNT as that he got to cut. He got to probably break bread and do other formal things. But now it's his name. That check could be written to him.
Yo, sauce. You
Shirley got to
got
keep
the
that
sauce.
loyalty from the years. She ain't gonna go with nobody else. Nobody else don't really fuck with her, and she got to keep that entity and that loyalty for all the years that they've been playing ball together, nigga. This is the final years of them playing ball, but this 50th year, and sorry to jump back and forth, and they get another stipend from the city because if you're a 501c3 and you hit your 10, 20, 30, 40, 50-year landmarks, they give you a check. She's been doing shit for the city for a long time. So for her 50th year, she probably got another little 50 grand for that. Check it out. Do the
Do the
research on that.
So,
research.
If
so is
if
this acquiring of funds? What's the word I'm looking
If they
for? Illegal?
non-profit, they should put this on their website.
Is this
We gotta
fraudulent
follow the
behavior?
money. We got
That's what I'm saying.
there's a lot of
Is this
shit they
we
should
fraudulent?
have
put on their website. Why
So
you think
we
they're
have
not gonna put it on their website,
because
nigga? If you
they're
got too
not
many eyes,
a 501c3 yet or at all,
so they're
they
not
go through a fiscal
non-profit.
sponsor. A fiscal sponsor is who keeps all of the records for what they're doing. So we are petitioning an audit of, and because we want an audit of one organization, we low key have to do it for all of them.
I
Um,
got a I got a
so
nice
you
picture right here. I'm about to post up of her and Michelle Wu
But you know,
cutting some
another
small
thing
ribbon.
is that if you're taking a lot of cash, how much you actually recorded? Because
Right.
she don't accept any type of digital payment at all. It is all cash, from the vendors to registration to everything. It is
What?
all
All,
cash.
all of the
So when
money.
you have, if you could, everybody that know when you collect cash,
Yeah.
you know that a little bit might go a little bit here, a little bit one for you, one for me. I mean, allegedly. I'm not
and
saying
that's
anything.
why when entities like that only do cash, I don't do business with them. That's why I stopped fucking with Simcoes. When the bitch told me I couldn't use my ATM, I was like, "Fuck you, nigga." I ain't gonna, nigga. You think I'm
Nigga,
going ATM? She's like,
record
Hold
my
on.
ATM's
transaction.
right down there.
I
Fuck
thought
that. Once
I
you
thought
tell me
Ross was
that,
gonna
I'm
say
like, all
cards,
right.
no?
For every $10 I spend, you're telling the city you only spent $2. All right, and I'm gonna make an example out of that, right? When I was part of Come Cross and I did my own band, you would see prizes given. But prizes was never given on a major scale. So I won second prize every year I was IMAS, right? And every year it was $800 for second prize, right?
Every year.
So then after I seen Designer Darrell when he was doing his little investigation on them and he was doing his numbers and shit, I assumed from seeing certain shit, I was like, oh, so what she does is she tells whoever her numbers people is that she gave the bands $1,000, yet she cuts us an $800 check. So she does things like she's been doing things like that throughout the years where I was like, this bitch is
So
smart.
But what
I'm
can
like,
you
I
do with
like that
eight
you
hundred
said that.
dollars though?
I like that you
Well,
said that. One
what
thing
would
that
you do?
we
You know how much the costume that these people was paying for was more than that.
yes,
For me to make it was more than that. So, and again, when you're I always said, who would go into the Olympics not knowing they was going to get the silver, the gold, and the bronze? Because every mass band is entering these fucking competition every year. We didn't know what we was going to make. We
All
didn't know
right,
what the prizes was.
so basically, I'm getting this right from understanding, right? Because I ain't Caribbean right now. I'm more American right now. So
Shut
when
your
you
ass
got,
up.
I'm just messing with you. So basically, every year you win, it should help you get more endorsements for the following year to make it bigger and help you show what you can do and what your team can do. And I always thought that, all right, once carnival's over, you start your petition. Like you start doing little events, you put a little $500 here and there. But when you get towards the end of the carnival, now this is where the committee comes in to help you fulfill what you want to accomplish. It's
Let me
that
get to
simple.
that. That's what it's
That's
supposed to
what
be
it's
like.
supposed to be.
That's what
Oh, okay.
That's what it would have been like in a perfect world. That's what if I was Shirley and I had $300,000, I'm sure every man would have been treated lovely, and I could still fucking live off that.
Bro,
You know
you
what's
could
crazy? A
Shirley could
hundred thousand.
respectfully give every band $2,500 and it would like and that's cheap because you
That's
can't even buy a
Yo,
bag of
bullshit.
feathers.
I'm
yo,
talking at
fam.
least
Yeah,
five, and then
Imagine
those
she
those
gave.
fucking big bands like Soulcaholics
yep.
and those veteran bands that was
Thank you.
big. You got to get them like 10,
But
15. That's
That's
listen,
what
what
I'm
it takes.
saying.
they're
But
not
if you
even
think
getting
about
the
it, right?
bare minimum. They're
If you
not getting
get
any help.
if you get 30 bands at $2,500, that's 70 bands right there. She could have rolled off the 30 as miscellaneous for the porta parties and stuff like that. Like,
We all
and
and
Be-
we
still
all
could.
business people.
Well,
When we
Power
say that,
Surge,
that's why we
because
feel
you're
like
exactly because you're a business person, you know how this works. So the first year you do this, you do it for show, for content. The next year you make it bigger because now sponsorships are looking at you.
you
Like
Again,
take the
I
loss the
Budweiser,
first couple of
yeah,
and,
years. You take that
Budweiser,
loss.
Heineken,
let me
and
ask
all
you this.
those.
Power Surge, do you
Hennessy.
think that you could have a band, you could have an entity like Cacab and be on the road for 50 years and not having sponsors knock down your door to give you money?
Damn, I would have went to Dunkin' Donuts. I would have went to
You don't
Polar
have to
Springs.
go
You
nowhere
right? They
They'll
would
now.
have
come
came
to
They're
to
coming
us.
you.
to
Yeah, they would have
you.
come to you.
They're coming
Facts, facts.
to you.
So
And
Sauce,
with you knowing that and you being on the road, what type of sponsorship do you ever see on our roads that would let you know that there is some type of real sponsorship?
right.
Man,
Besides
Sauce, I
that's
got a
a
every
question.
fact.
So
resource,
that
which
that
comes as a plug from somebody who used to sit on the committee.
Sauce,
And
that
And
hundred
imagine
and
when
fifty
that.
listen,
thousand
they lost
dollars,
the
right?
Citizens Bank. They lost the fucking Guinness. They lost the Red Stripe. They lost the Heineken. They lost the Anheuser-Busch
Why?
because
What do you
all
mean?
she had to
What?
do was put up their shit.
Cause
She
the
was collecting
thing is,
money
cause the
and not
thing is, right?
displaying what they had. All they want to do is be seen.
I
Every band would have had a specific. If I would have got
facts,
money, okay,
facts.
Soulcaholics, then would have had the Guinness banner. Fucking Soca and Associates, then would have had the
Larry, you
Anheuser-Busch.
are
It's
making
easy
way
as
too much
fucking
sense
that.
right now. You're making
Well,
way too much
the
sense.
thing is, right?
Fucking
It's so simple, right? Like, I received the grant, right? Because my studio's in Hyde Park, right? And it was a small grant. All I had to do is show what I did with that grant money, and I show what I contribute back to the zip code 02136, and show how it helped. And they just wrote it off. You know what I mean? So the simple
and I'm
thing
sure
is
you
that,
had I'm sure you bought some McDonald's with that money.
oh,
So I'm saying that's
all
all.
that.
The
You know what I mean?
the thing
That's
is
all.
that I don't think that any of the bands have asked Shirley to do or asked Cacao, let me stop saying her name because she is backed by people that support her and don't want to
Heavy,
talk the truth.
heavy.
And I be wondering, like, and maybe somebody, the people that know the wrong, that understand the wrong, that see the wrong, and can feel the wrong. Why is it that your loyalty is so deep to this one person
Because their
and nothing
pockets
to
Because
get
they
do
get
with your
greased.
getting
culture?
paid.
Their
They getting paid. It's
pockets get
simple.
So
greased.
if
It's
that's the
simple.
case, I wish people would just be honest
Be
about certain things
honest.
and
Be like,
stop
They're not.
calling it
yeah,
for the culture. Stop doing it for
facts.
the
Be
culture.
honest.
And
Be like,
let's
yo,
be
I
real.
want.
Even if
It
they're
has to
getting
be
paid,
fair.
Shirley ain't giving them no real money. Let's be real.
No.
Exactly.
Shirley ain't for them to be like, for me and how I see it, from the conversations I had with a majority of them that's been on the road beforehand, for any amount of money, even if she said, I'll pay for everything for y'all to go on the road. It's like y'all don't think y'all are selling out
And
inside. Y'all
that's,
don't think that's a
you know,
sellout.
thank you for asking the question. You know that there's wrong. Why is it okay that whatever personal loyalty you have trumps the betterment of the community, trumps the actual
And the
culture? I
culture.
need to
Cause
know
And
that.
the biggest
the
thing, guys,
future.
we all know this. We all know people ain't looking for long term. That short term is better
That's
than long term. And
people don't think big. You gotta think big, bitch, to
You
get
gotta be
small. Think big.
big,
Think
rich.
big, bitch.
facts,
I'm saying
facts.
nobody is thinking about the long game. I want there is room in here for all of us to eat. There's room in this for all of us to eat, whether you're
Good.
media, whether you're promoter, whether you're organization, whether you're a kid, whether you're a business owner, whether you're a stakeholder, a politician, anybody. There is room for everybody to eat. It don't make sense that people are watching this and are very content with only one person eating and it ain't you.
Think
No,
So
but
I
about
the
want to
this
thing
on
is,
that
hold
the
on.
level.
thing
I
is,
Hold
want to go
on.
back
Think
to
about
that.
this on that level.
I want to go
You
back
got
to the
Carnival Weekend
$150.
coming up next
2000.
week, and we don't hear about no big shows. What's the Friday show? What's the show after Carnival? What's the fucking hype? So again, to go off of what
bro.
Hustos was
I
saying, if
my thing
we
is,
all was linked together, or even if they was to link with Kicap the same way how B Soka called all those promoters and had a conversation with them, that communication is already there. Where if there was to be some miraculous way of us starting something where niggas would be like, all right, well, Kitties is that day, maybe I'm gonna do something. So then there will be that reggae show. Then there will be that soca show. Then there will be something for everybody. And those people are not fighting each other. There won't be 3 reggae shows on that day and shit like that. But you know, there'll be that elder show. There'll be
Larry,
that something where the
bro,
city could
Larry,
be
yo,
like, yo, and
Larry.
maybe people could party hop
So
again,
Larry,
and then the after party people could do something, and
what?
then the flow and just that vibe from the initial point of this call, that whole vibe when you wake up and be like, it's carnival time.
bro,
Turn on
that's
the
what I'm
radio,
saying.
it's carnival.
Larry,
It's
It was just
what's the
carnival.
solution?
carnival.
What's the solution? So we
What's
can
the
actually,
solution?
yes. What's the solution?
First and
We
foremost,
gotta kick the
us
doors down.
us as a community have to recognize whatever our selfish gain is, be it specific. Yo, I just want to hear my speakers on the road. Yo, I'm just doing this for the mass. And whatever that love and that culture is, there's an entity right now that's smarter, more into the times, and bottom line could bring the fucking dollar. They already have sponsors. I'm not part of B-Soca, and I'm not promoting them. I'm just saying, look at the facts. They are already on a 501c3 level. They are already doing things that we've been taught. They got kiddies going down a fucking road. There is none of us now in our lifetime that can fucking say that. I've been doing this shit for damn near 40 fucking years, man.
Side note,
Damn near.
side note,
And
side.
these kids have never had nothing of quality. Nothing besides the mask we used to make for them. The place they
Larry,
had the Kiddies Carnival was shit. The cab that ran it was shit. The speakers that Groove Master and them put on the side was shit. Everything about, I hate White Stadium. I
yo,
fucking hate that place for them fucking kids.
Larry. Side note, you think Pound Town's gonna win
It
Boston Carnival Road March?
probably will. Because we
Fucking
have people
Patsy gonna fucking play it.
because
Patsy's gonna
we have
fucking play it.
people they have people that not only enable cab, but what they do is they shit up the place. Now, again, we have seen it other places, Miami, Atlanta, blah, blah, blah. We are not those places. Every time everybody compare. Don't compare us, don't compare us. So now when we have our little traditional Juve with the vibes and the steel pan and five star and metro and branches and everybody and blah 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 blah. Y'all trying to tell me there was no vibes then? But vibes is when you have a big truck playing Afro beats and Pound Town, and that makes fucking sense to y'all. I don't care
Listen.
about evolving. I don't give
I
a
think,
damn about it. You can evolve and still keep your tradition and your cultures. But when you enable bullshit and you activate fuckery, like I don't understand what y'all point is. I don't
yo,
get it.
but that's what I'm saying though. It's like Carnival ain't Carnival no more. It's just one big block party now.
You know what it
Yeah,
is?
cause the thing is, what irks me, right? What irks me about Carnival? That's why I don't go on that road. Is I'm not gonna be back in the day. Carnival is supposed to be all the little people selling food. Or you could stop and try different culture food. You see different flags. You see people selling flags. The water boys selling waters and stuff like that. The road be so empty. You could walk into Walgreens and go get a water all
Listen,
yourself.
you
Like
can
yo,
walk
I
this
into
said,
a
stuff
you know, it's a
Walgreens.
problem when you can see stashes on Carnival Day,
Yes.
because you never could
So
see stashes
let
on
me
Carnival Day.
another question, right? Let's be real. So does is safety another reason why people don't
No,
go? Cab aside, let's be
no, no,
honest.
no.
no.
Safety is not the issue
We
now.
haven't really
So
had any safety issues for
yeah,
quite a long time. They've been outside of the carnival. You would never know that because there's no PR around it. But there have been things that happened before and after that should not be blamed on the actual carnival. That is. So
But
the
nothing
thing
happens
is,
on the road
yeah,
it
itself.
doesn't
but
happen. It doesn't
PR
happen
wise,
around the yeah.
PR wise, if there's nobody standing up and saying that had nothing to do with this, then the narrative gets to run that it's
That's
unsafe.
yeah,
And if
yeah.
you're not actively working with public safety, the businesses around there to actually help people to understand what carnival is about, why it's there, and to educate the community as to why this cultural festival is so important to us, then of course people have no idea why they out. They just know they're going to the Jamaican festival to go have a good time and put on their panties and thongs and fishnets.
Nah, because
Cambridge
the
has
thing
more
is the
violence than Boston now. Shit.
because the thing is the truth about it. The truth about it, right? And honestly, I know we're having a conversation and we're doing side notes, but truthfully, right? All that could be played in the factor if they just allow new voice in and stop
But
hiding
the
what they've been
problem with
doing.
allowing new voices in is that you actually have to listen to them. So what they will
Fact.
do, power surgery, you got to be very careful with that, is that with all this talk, what they're going to do is they're going to put out something soon that says after carnival we're going to have election,
Yep.
and we're going to invite more people on the team,
Yep.
and then they are going to send people an application asking them who, what, when, and why they think that they can belong, and it will be based on whether they like you or not after they do a couple of research and question you like you on first 48. And then if they like you or not, then they'll let you come in, and then you come in, you sit down and you shut the fuck up. You don't say a damn thing. You just say yes ma'am, I will do
Not
it.
gonna
And that's
happen.
the only way that that would make any sense if you were to get on the carnival committee. So I see people all the
And if
time
you
like,
speak
oh,
up,
maybe they
if
just
you
need to
speak up,
open up more seats, and maybe
You
they
done.
just need to, maybe I need to be, I'm gonna be on the committee and I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna be on the committee and I'm gonna do something. And these same niggas that get on the committee and do something be the same niggas that's just sitting there in the meeting shutting the fuck up because they're not allowed to say a goddamn thing, because if you do, you're gonna get fired from the free committee.
The four people on here I know will never let that happen, so we ain't never gonna be
Bro,
on that committee.
we're
Bro,
not even invited. We're
I'm
not
just a bit,
invited to the
I'm
meetings.
reckless,
You
bro.
guys
I'm
show up
reckless.
once. Somebody's gonna take a screenshot of this. Larry and I are already on the shit list. Power Surge, DJ Charlie B. You guys both cannot ever
I
have any say
hey,
on the carnival.
I was trying to learn. I was just trying.
Oh no, it
No,
don't
no,
matter.
no, Charlie
You
B,
sat
don't back
here.
down now, boy.
No, no,
You
no. I
No,
ain't
no,
snitching
backing
no.
out here,
down. No,
boy.
no, no. I ain't
Charlie
backing
B,
down.
Don't
I'm,
back
you
I'm, I'm
sat
with
down.
it.
here and you listened to this whole thing and you asked
So,
real questions. You
so
are
you're
no longer
accomplice.
invited to the
I
carnival
got
committee.
another question though. Let's go back to the $150,000.
plus, keep going.
That's
I want
intriguing.
to know where that, plus the
So
endorsements.
is that personal money or is that government
That's
funds?
from
And
Senator
if
It's government.
Nick Collins. That's
yeah,
from the
but is it
state.
oh, so it's from the state. What are the
One was
requirements?
from the Charles AME Church. Wait, wait. What about
Who's
the
that?
50,000 from one of them Warrow brothers?
Who?
They didn't get
Chris
shit.
or Brian?
Chris O'Brien didn't get shit. They didn't do shit. They can't do shit.
Because
I'm
I
sorry.
heard they were supposed to get a grant,
They,
and
they
they
were
personally
supposed
was going to oversee where the
no.
funds was going to be given
They
to
were
the camps.
supposed to get. Chris said that he was gonna get us $50,000 from the state. But when he wrote into his state thing, he didn't specify to who it should go to. So even though he said it was supposed to go to us, it was made. It was in in whatchamacallit for the carnival committee. So when you say shit like that, and you say shit like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you guys money," and you don't make it specific, and I'll get down to the nitty gritty because y'all don't open me up, even though I was trying to whatever.
Yeah,
When we
you better open
he
up, girl.
he
Let's
called us
go.
the day before and was like, "Yo, can you get people on our side to push this money through?" I hit up a couple of other state senators, and they said, "I'm not going to accept that because it's not going directly to where you need it to go. So if it's that vague, that means it's going to
Mm,
end up somewhere, which most likely is going to end up at CACAB." So when they went to
mm,
go do the vote, they didn't get no money. They didn't get shit. What
mm.
happened is that
They
Liz
couldn't make it
Miranda,
out to y'all and be
huh?
Soka?
No, I mean, Brian the other day said that he was going to give us money, and he hasn't given us shit. And between them two, they both have little kids that should be actively in kiddies. And if you're campaigning for a position, you should want to be putting your money in places that make sense. And so
And if
far,
you want our
Mm,
vote. And if you want our vote, fucker.
yeah, exactly. We are
mm.
taxpayers. We are the people that elect these people into office. Now, Brian is running unopposed, so there's nothing that we can do there. But we have to hold these politicians accountable. They are having, and here's how you start. People want to know how we help and how we do shit. Chris and Brian, and I guess a couple of other Caribbean politicians who are no longer politicians in some way, are having a panel discussion around Carnival. Look at that.
That's
A
So the
bunch of motherfuckers who
24th,
never done nothing for it.
exactly.
Okay.
So the 24th, they've decided that they're going to have this grand panel to discuss Carnival, Caribbean Carnival, and how much we need as a community. These politicians, especially those, have been invited to every meeting, has had a standing invitation to come to our meeting to sit at the table and help us figure out how this can be done. We sent out much information to them. We've spoken to them in person, out of person, around the person, through the person, all the time. Emails, documents, help us get a permit, help us do this, help us do anything. It has been written and has been stated to me when I said, "What have you done?" Nothing. Nothing. And they can
what
answer
have
that for
you done
yourself.
for me
Not
lately?
even donate a little $1,000. And I'm putting a price tag on there because I want the pressure to be on that we need more than $500. We need at least $1,000 at the very minimum from these two self-proclaimed politicians that are representing our culture. Now, I can get in a lot of trouble for that because I am now going against the machine. But I have made it very clear where I stand, and I'm always transparent. Y'all could call me, y'all could ask me anything. I don't care. When I have a problem, I pick up the phone. I pick up the phone. Can't nobody ever say I don't pick up the phone. So if you guys wanted to
Her phone
know,
number is 617. Nah, I'm just joking.
282-3387, Coast Park FM. That's paid for. But like, we need to hold politicians to the fire. And everybody that says I don't want to be involved in politics is doing yourself and your community a grand disservice because everything you do down to what you
It's,
eat, when
it's in
you eat, what
politics. It
time you
involves
eat,
politics.
what you wear, who's gonna be here, who's representing, who's sponsoring, all of that is politics. And it might not be sexy. It might be boring as hell because I promise you it is. It is very boring. But if you actually want to make a change and you want to do something for the culture, y'all will show up in places where the culture needs you. And that is on this panel and ask questions. Ask questions like, what have y'all done? How much money have you allocated to Caribbean businesses? How many Caribbean businesses have you visited and find out what their problems is, what they need? How many of them have been to Mojitos and actually asked Joe what he actually needs in order to keep this running since we all running down the fucking Mojitos all goddamn summer to the point where, who for whatever reason, it is now not available to be used. So not only do we not able to use one of the most beautiful establishments that we have because y'all don't know how to take care of shit, but y'all also not willing to stand up for those entities that have our back. And I don't care
Oh,
how
they
much
don't
shit
have
I talk
shit.
about, how much traffic
That's
is at
right.
Home Mojitos, and I don't want to go. It's still my bro's business, who is a Caribbean American, who is literally busting his ass to make sure we have a venue, and y'all can't even take care of it or make any men. I'm not saying that Mojitos is free of fuckery because I heard a lot about it. It comes past my table all the time. I've heard a lot of bullshit. And that's something that they got to fix on their own time. But I need
Right.
everybody that is claiming to be about the culture to actually be about the culture and make yourself very uncomfortable with standing in front of people and not having people like you. Unlike Larry, I want people to like me. Larry don't give a fuck, and that's good. And I appreciate that. I literally appreciate people like that because they have a sense of freedom that I don't allow myself to have because I'm running a media company that I'm supposed to be bipartisan about. And y'all know me, I don't never shut my mouth. And I always got something to say. But if I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. If I'm lying, come to me and we can have a discussion. And if you
Yeah.
think you can't talk to me, write me a DM or an email or a text message and we can hash it out through there. But don't sit here and say that
Let the
you
church
are
say
for the
hey,
culture
amen.
if you're unwilling to put in the work. If you're unwilling to put on a little suit jacket and go sit down in the mayor's office and ask them what the fuck can they do to help us fix this
So
situation because we don't
how do
want
we get
anybody.
there? Because I wanna talk to
I can
Miss
answer
Moore.
that. I can
You
answer
I want to
that.
just
get.
It's just
go.
show
No,
up.
it's not.
Show up.
I can't just go. I gotta
Hold
go with
No,
people who.
on. Hold
no, no,
on.
no.
Hold on.
Let me tell
Hold
you why.
on.
Let me
Hold
tell you why I
on.
had. All right, go
Power
ahead.
surge. Hold on. Charlie B. Go. You're going to be rejected the first time. But when you get rejected the first time, you ask to set up a meeting. And that meeting might take a while. But after maybe 2 or 3 times, you're going to sit down. Or me, I asked to sit down with Mayor Wu a couple times. She rejected me every time. Saw her at one event, she walked right by me. There was the no books, no ball little fucking banquet that they was having for my son and them. Pulled up on her. Hey, can I talk to you in a minute in the corner? Had a fucking half-hour conversation with him. You're just gonna have to get in where you fit in.
So I
But
got
it's
two
the
uncles that.
initial go do it. Whatever you want to do, where there's something, just fucking go and do
Yeah,
it,
you
dog.
I
just gotta
got
show
two
up.
uncles that she respects. So I'll reach out to
And
them, and
that's
one of them
something.
works for her.
Let's put that a stop right there too. Let me put a little pin in that. Ain't nobody here that Shirley respect enough to listen to.
No,
We
not Shirley. We're
so
talking
Not
about Wu.
Shirley. He's
oh
talking
No,
to
no, no.
Mayor Wu
I'm
oh
or
talking about
anybody
Wu.
in
oh
the
because I was
No,
about to
no,
say
like just regular
Shirley ain't gonna
town
talk to
meetings
you.
and stuff. Yeah,
Nah.
town meetings will be more prone to listen to your concerns. That's why I realized starting to go to them. You know, you show up because it's regular people at these town
yep.
meetings
Mm-hmm.
that's looking to
Shirley's only
figure
talking
out.
to you. She thinks
Yeah,
she could use you for her
because
benefit.
the thing is, what I realize is right. A lot of these towns too, when you look at these little stores that's let's use Blue Hill. You drive down Blue Hill, right? Imagine you go to like 20 stores that realize if you ask them to donate $500 to your business or to what you're doing towards the town that day, Saturday, and say you get like 10 business to donate $500, you already got 5 grand. But now the reason
Power
why
surge.
they
Power
don't,
surge.
yeah,
Let me ask you this. On that level, let me ask you this.
yep.
50 years of Boston Carnival. The
Hmm.
last time I did my numbers and shit like this was probably 2012, 2013, right?
Hmm.
But it was estimated at that time that Fernandez liquor store makes about $80,000 that day alone.
What?
Right.
Fact.
What?
Hold
Facts.
on.
Facts.
Hold on.
Holy
So with that in mind, and Blue Hill Ave being a long fucking street with the
Shit.
mindset that you was just talking about, and being 50 years, look at fucking Blue Hill Ave now. What would you think? What would you see? What do you see? Or anything that would let you know that there's carnival up and coming? We
But
should
the
have
thing,
that relationship
that's
with these businesses. There should
that's
be
what
a
I'm
banner
saying.
somewhere. Yo, there's a
Every
bigger
light
banner
pole,
for Cino's boat ride on fucking Norfolk Street than the whole fucking Boston Carnival.
that's what I'm
So
saying.
with that,
Up and down.
with that said, if I was part of that, it was not even an extortion thing because yo, you're on my block. You're making 80 grand that day, and you're not contributing nothing,
But that's
huh?
what I'm saying. Up and
Every
down.
carnival morning, nigga, I would have paid a crackhead to break that fucking front window, and you wouldn't be
No,
selling nothing
because
that day.
the thing is, you look at it. You
Yo,
look at it.
if you didn't up 10 grand by fucking the week before carnival, suddenly Monday morning, every carnival morning, that front window for Fernandez break off. Okay, he
No,
can't sell
that's what
nothing.
I'm
Beer,
saying.
tip, all sort of shit. shit. Yo, and then for Fernandez to be the biggest contributors to the Dominican and the Puerto Rican festival, come on now. And they should be. Not saying they should. But if for that money that's going into that entity, some of it is coming from the 80 grand they
But
get
that's
it
what
from
I'm
us.
saying.
Daryl, I'm
But
glad
bro,
that
Because
you
look how
said
much
that.
that's
people is
what I'm
going into that
saying.
store
Yes,
that
I'm
day.
glad that you said
I'm
that because
I'm
Daryl
saying.
Daryl just said because we don't ask. We talked to the the manager for the businesses on Blue Hill, and he says they have never had a conversation with Shirley with Cacao.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
this is they.
Exactly. Because if you go, listen, right, you go from where it starts, welcome to Mattapan, all the way down to Martin Luther King. Every light post should be like, welcome to the
Power
50th
surge.
year.
When the NAACP was here, what did you see every the frig wear after the?
Everywhere.
There was a
Every
lawn
club.
sign straight up and down American Legion
Nigga, when
Highway, Blue
Lions
Hill Ave.
having glow, what do you see every
Bro,
No,
I
but
said
that's
that.
what I'm
I
saying.
said that today. I said Fetchilla starts promoting in January for a July event, and they're in like their fourth year. Why is it that we're in our 50th and you niggas is still asking me of all people, if there's a carnival? I don't know. Is there?
Fam, you saw what I asked yesterday. Because my thing is, right, you should my biggest concept about carnival ain't about the fucking money. It's about every business from Mattapan all the way down to Martin Luther King, right? Having a banner saying welcome to the 50th anniversary. And then every club, there's so many Haitians opening up restaurants. There's Fete, there's this, there's that, there's you and stuff. Be
Blue Hill
like, hey,
Ave should be
50th.
I mean, but
rocking.
Power
You
Blue Hill
should be
Surge,
Ave
like,
should be
but
yo,
Power
rocking.
that's
Surge,
like
because you curate events and you haven't even been doing this for 40 years. So why is it, again, another great question, why is it that you can figure this out, but that even the bands that are on the road, like we said before, why aren't these bands outside on the road putting up posters or flyers or anything like that? Why
because
don't they
they
have a stat?
lost
But
interest. The
that's they
spirit's
didn't.
not
You can't
there.
lose interest and still be on the road. You can't
Right. They're doing
be.
it for
I'm talking
selfish
about the
gain.
brands that have said, who have come out with their T-shirts and who have coming out with everything like that. Where is the promotion for them? Are they handing out flyers? Are they posting posters? Are they saying, okay, fine, nobody knows about Carnival, I'm on the road. So to hell with Cacab. This is for the culture. I'm gonna go down the street. I'm gonna go to Studio 24 Graphics or Imprint Boston, and I'm gonna make my own flyer. Tell my people that Carnival is going on. When has anybody that has been on the road taken any initiative to promote Carnival other than their bands?
So not everybody's meant to
Cause
be this sauce.
no, cause the
No,
thing
no, no.
is,
You
right?
I
can't
would
say that.
No, you can't
never
say
though.
that
I would
though.
never though
Not
because them as an
cause my
entity,
thing
I
is,
know that
right?
they're bigger than my band, so I don't feel that as in the band that I should promote. I should. That's like me making. I'm working for Prudential, and I'm gonna make a flyer saying I'm working for
And I
Prudential.
know it,
Like
it
no.
sounds strange, but I'm talking about in the question of doing it for the culture. If you're supposed to be doing it for the culture, it shouldn't be what's in it for you.
What's
You
in
should
it
be
for
doing
you?
it for the
I've been
culture.
But
saying that.
that's the problem with
I've been
us
saying
minorities.
that, fam.
It's always
Yo,
selfish.
it's always down to the party. I'd be like, yo, what can I do for the people coming to the party? Not
But
for me. Never for me. Because the thing is, it's like, yo, fam, that's why I'm always like, I just don't grasp people's concept of, oh, well, if it's not benefiting me,
but
I ain't doing it.
it's the
But
same.
the thing,
On to what you're saying. If I'm bringing a band on the road, I don't want to bring on the band on the road for nobody to see it except the people that are following behind the band. I already got these niggas money. They don't have to be here. I got their money. They got their t-shirts. If they come or if they don't come, that's whatever. But for me, as someone who purchased a t-shirt package, I'm just going on the road to just be behind the truck. I don't want spectators and I don't want people to see. It's a marketing
fam,
advantage for
yo,
everybody.
the 50th year, bro, it should have been a weekend. People be like, yo, you know, I'm coming up to Boston for the 50th year. There should be the breakfast brunch
There
on
was more
Friday.
flyers here for fucking Barbados 50th independence than I seen for
But that's what I'm saying,
Trinidad
fam.
50th independence than I
And
seen for
Bro,
fucking.
and then you be
Cambridge is a food festival, and anywhere that you see Cambridge from about May, they are handing out flyers whenever they see you. They are sending out emails letting you know. We haven't even, I mean, I think we got one
That
email the other
takes
day.
money. You think Shirley has an advertising budget? Oh,
For
fuck out
I
of
mean, my
here.
hundred
thing,
and
You
She
think Shirley's gonna? You think Shirley's
150,000?
gonna take
She does
150 is a
have
lot of
money.
money.
$5,000 out of at least? Let's go low. Out of $150,000, you think Shirley's gonna take $2,000
and let me
for
tell you,
advertising?
$2,000, $5,000 could get you a hell of a lot of promo. A hell
Promo?
of a lot of
What?
promo.
Especially if you're doing it with said people in your community. You go to graphics, you go to Charles and them and say, yo, I got 5Gs. Whatever his was, and you say, but I'm going to need double that. You think he's turning down the
He's
5Gs?
going
Bro,
to
it's
do it.
different than that. It's
He's
different.
going to
It's
double
even,
that fucking machine, like whatever it was.
you
All
be
right, we're going
like,
to make this happen. He's going to take that 5K. And
oh, you
under
take
each flyer, he's going to put his fucking business, nigga. So his business is getting
facts,
promoted too.
promo it. And
Boom, boom,
even
Fucking
boom.
think
dummy.
about it. Even think about it, fam. Yo, everybody that those events, from Hot Sauce to Charlie to you be like, yo, I'm gonna give you $500. Just make a free event with it, and invite all your peoples, and then just pay the $20 a month until up to the carnival, so you can invite everybody to one location, fam. Since everybody want to do that, you take $1,000, you put ads on all the media, social media, so that way every morning when you open it, because you got to think about it's algorithms too. Because
Yeah.
now
That's
when
what.
you wake up in the morning, people scroll. 12 o'clock while you're on break, you scroll a little. 3 o'clock while you're in
But
traffic or
again,
on the train.
when you're doing this for the culture and you're not able to interject any ideas in how it should go, then what are you doing it for? What are you doing it for? Just to say that everybody paid me $100 for a T-shirt and that's it? Like, is that what we're doing it for?
But
And if
then if
that's
you
what we're
have
doing,
another entity, that you can do it with, it's like, damn. Again, the question that got to go in the back of everybody's head is, what are they really giving you or paying you that got you kissing asshole?
that like, and it's my only question because I don't get it. It can't be that if I don't, then we're not gonna have nothing on the road. What we have on the road is nothing on the road anyway. So you're not contributing to the greatness of it by doing the same thing again. So
You
Because
that
know,
is
you
crazy
know,
to
as
me.
far as Carnival is concerned,
Yeah,
and besides maybe D Midas, there's nothing on that road that says Carnival. Nothing.
nothing.
Nothing. Just because niggas is putting speakers on the truck and got a bunch of little motherfuckers behind it, it's not Carnival.
It's not
So
carnival.
it's not Carnival. So if you have another entity that's over here that's trying to represent Carnival, that got some little mass to it, that you can grow with. Not saying that if you go within it, we all one family anyways. At the end of the day, but I'm always gonna look at you like, yo, you sold out in 2023, man, because you did this bullshit.
And it
There's no,
doesn't. I mean,
no other fucking way around it.
last
we
year,
actually we
last
actually
year would have
sinking
been
our
the most
we're sinking our
impactful
own
year.
ship right now. No
Last year would
bullshit.
have been the most impactful year because we didn't want to have this. My intention, personally, I didn't want to have this conversation a week before Carnival like we always do, right? Like that's something that we want to get away from, only complaining about Carnival the week before Carnival. So we've been trying to broach this subject for all year, and it's crazy to me that last year we could have done it. If anybody stood together and had a united front, even if people were for some weird reason still wanted to cap to do it, I think that if we came together last year and nobody touched road, I understand why Sochaholics did it because
Correct.
they're a machine, so they do
They
shit
were
in
deep in. They
advance.
were deep into it already.
Yeah, they do shit
They
in
had a lot
advance.
of
They already
customers. Everything.
paid out money and everything like that. So I understand it. But Chocoholics has stood by us since the beginning because at the very first thing, all people wanted was just some basic human respect. And we're gonna be out here for the free with no help, with you doing fuckery. At least give us some respect.
Correct.
At least at the very least. So now, fast forward, last year, a whole bunch of people decided that they wanted to get on the road last minute. And these were people that were invited to meetings. These were people who knew what was up.
Knew the
And these people who chose
plan.
to
Yep.
listen. But yet, instead of buckling down and us holding hands together and saying, we're not taking this shit no more, at the 50th anniversary, we are only looking at 2 costume bands and 2.5 costume bands because I'm not sure where the third one even came from. But like it just really it's really sad that we're not willing to literally stand down or stand for
Sacrifice a
something.
little.
Yeah,
Sacrifice a little.
sacrifice for something just one year. And that's all we wanted people to do. So it wasn't about boycotting, it wasn't about canceling Carnival. It was actually sending a direct message to CACAB that this is not what we want. This is not what we're going to take, and this is not what we're going to settle for. It was never about ending Carnival. I
Because we're
love
trying to
Carnival.
continue it.
Yeah.
We're trying to continue it.
I look forward is my only weekend. I call it Christmas because I hate Christmas. I literally am the Grinch. So I have made Christmas into Carnival for me so that I can at least experience something. And it hurt me that for 1 year we couldn't stand together when we brought everybody together so that this year could have been more than this shit.
We're not gonna
This
take it.
it is
We're
remarkable to
not
me how
gonna
people
take
let
it.
their personal relationships stand in the way of the greater of this culture, and then had the nerve to talk about it was for the culture. There is nothing you can tell me. You can argue with whoever the hell you want to tell me that this was not self gratification for anybody that was on the road besides
Have
Mr.
y'all called
Hawley.
these people out, Sauce? Who are these
Wait, wait,
people? Have you
wait, wait,
called them out?
wait. With that said, after all that they did last year, then what?
Nothing.
So who
How
are
We're
was
these
it a
back here
gain
again.
people though?
for them? How was it any? Oh yeah, I had great pictures. I had maybe 3-4 days of pictures after Carnival, and then because it's not like CACAB be holding parties throughout the year, and y'all did some type of other business, and maybe there was something, some palms grease, but
Question,
Allegedly.
right?
how much McDonald's
Yeah.
you really buy with that?
Allegedly.
Yo, question, right? Question,
Allegedly.
right? So the
But
thing is,
besides that,
prior.
what? Because nothing under 10 grand is anything to say, yeah. And if you took 10 grand on anything you took, you fucking sold out. Sold out, because
How
That's
do
why
you
I said
stop
what
the
I said
money?
earlier.
How do you
No,
stop the
no,
money?
no,
Hold
no.
on.
It's not
Power talk.
stopping the money. All I'm saying is, right, this lady gonna have to listen. And reason why she gonna have to listen, because I don't know if she's the one that brought it to the panel back in 1976 or 77, but back in the day, when you look at back in the day to now, if young people are voicing their opinions, you have to listen. One thing I've learned, I can run, but I can run faster if I had a
But
team that
Power
can see
Surge,
what's
if
up.
you are in
You know
that
what I mean?
mentality, if you care that much, when you don't give a damn, when you don't give a damn whether this thing is big or not, whether it happens or not, when you don't give a damn, there's nothing that I can say to you to make you give a damn. She don't
So
want to listen. She is
stop
anti.
the money.
She
How do you
has, she's
stop the
getting her
money?
money. She's making her
How do
money. And
you
she's put it
stop
in
it
a
though,
way where
Larry?
nothing can stop her. So
Larry,
she
Let me
doesn't
tell
have
you,
to listen to you.
Larry, you
Charlie,
gotta
you stop
stop the
it
money.
by standing together and putting a stop
Yeah,
to it.
We
You
but
stop.
you got to go to
said
that
multiple
senator.
times how you stop the money. You stop the money by stop
No,
participating.
no. The sources who are funneling her this money, you got to go to them and
So
say,
we've
hey,
tried very
Wait,
much to
but
get in.
if we
She
show that we're a
she
big,
probably
if
got a
we
little
show,
boot
that's
in the
all about
Senate or
grant
something.
writing. If we show that we're a bigger entity, if we show that we will actually put their product out to the masses, if we show that we're more innovative, nobody, we can get the same fucking sponsors. It's the
Yeah.
same
That's a
companies. It's
fact.
the
That's a
same,
fact.
and it's a lot of these companies that want to deal with Boston Carnival. They're not dealing with Boston Carnival because they already tarnished the relationship, or she already tarnished the relationship with
So
them.
the
got
But
it.
if they was to hear that there was some new blood out there, and you got these trucks, that the same trucks that would do it for her, if they would go out there, go on the road, and have these people do it in a bigger and brighter entity, those sponsors are going to come. And on the real note, fuck them sponsors. You know how much
Charlie,
money people who want to funnel money into this fucking carnival?
Charlie B.
Yo,
You know what might stop her heart is if Larry Jordan comes on the road with a sponsor from Budweiser. And Larry knows what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I mean,
And pull up right in front of her and the judges and be like, listen, guys, I just wish somebody with them trucks, as soon as y'all get up in front of her, y'all got the mics, y'all got
it
the
happened
speakers.
last year.
Talk.
It happened last year.
Be
And
like, Shirley, you
again,
gonna listen. If
I'm
you
not
gonna
gonna
listen
call
clearly.
names on purpose, Charlie, because every time that I do, literally I get, not even me. They start calling all of my bros, everybody around me, because nobody want to talk to me. So that's what the I'm not gonna call names. But literally last year, we held a protest with the Save Boston Carnival. And I remember I was there in the front when the biggest band last year crossed. And I was holding up the stand. And big shout out to Kareem, World Boss. He said, shout out to Save Boston Carnival. We got to get this back right. He was right in front of the whatever. There's video of somebody taking the mic from him and telling him,
Oh shit.
if y'all want the video, I'll send it to you because
Send it
there,
to me. I want to post it.
Send it. I'll
okay,
Send
post
it.
it.
all right.
I want to post
All
it.
right,
Send it
I'll
to me.
send it to you.
I'm about
And
to
I want,
post
and
it.
then no, and you want to know what's gonna come back? It's gonna come back to me that I was hating. It's gonna come back to me that
No,
I was
that's not.
bad minded.
That's
It's gonna
not
You're
come
not
back
you.
to
hating.
me. It's gonna
No,
Daryl.
don't tell me that.
It was
I'm about to
Patsy.
call
It was
Patsy right now.
Patsy. It
I'm
was
about to call
Patsy.
Patsy.
And let me tell
Was
Oh.
you,
it
Oh,
Patsy?
right after that,
Wait,
their
what?
Patsy
calls
is
started
right
coming
over
into
here. Yo, come
calls start
outside,
coming
Patsy.
into my people like, yo, why you doing this? Why hot sauce doing this? I thought we were family. I thought we had things going on. Blah blah blah. I'm on
What?
my phone, so I
It was
can't even show you.
Patsy?
In the video, literally, Kareem was like, yo, we gotta get Boston Carnival to where it needs to be. And you can see the video, and I got it from their page because he reposted it. He said,
What?
Oh.
Hold on. Let me call Patsy right now.
he
Hold
Patsy, come
is.
outside.
And
Nigga, woo!
I want
Yo,
the
Patsy was
record to
just right here.
reflect. I want the record to reflect that I didn't call no names. I did not call
Nigga,
no names.
woo! Come outside, nigga.
Yeah. Did he send you the voicemail?
I didn't call no names. I'm gonna keep it real PG.
He
You
said,
know,
we
so
Yo, did
don't
he
get
smoke?
invalid in politics.
again, remember what I said? What I said about people not wanting to be involved with politics when politics is literally a life
Yeah,
that you
Pat.
live.
No,
Because
no, no, man.
without politics,
Patsy
there
is
would be no money to
Patsy is
even go on the
part
road.
of the masses. Patsy's part of the people still going out on the road this year. He don't want to stop
Yo,
that
Serge, you keep bouncing
alleged.
your call.
Yo,
Come outside. Come outside, man. Yo, he got his phone in his hand. Don't get me involved in politics.
So, see what I
That's
was telling
Patsy's
you?
door right there. I
I was
swear to
telling
God,
you,
that's
not
Patsy's door.
not everybody is meant to be a leader. A lot of people like to be followers. So it's gonna take the
Even
strong
so,
people.
even if you're a follower, if you have sense and you know you're following what's right, and just
Why you
look at
following
what's
the
right and what's
wrong
wrong.
why you following the wrong person? Like, I mean,
Why you
again,
following the person you know has been playing
again,
you all these years?
B Soka literally is here again. I am not running for any presidency. When elections open up, y'all can have that. Y'all
Ooh.
pick the best person that can get you going. That's not what I'm in this for. All I'm doing is using my voice and my influence to help push this shit along, because for the last 20 years we've been complaining about the same thing. We've been complaining and complaining and complaining about the lack of carnival, and every year we see it get smaller and smaller and smaller. There was at one point during last year's carnival where the Wasi one host, I think he was, shout out to him, he's a great host or whatever, blah blah blah, but he was like, yeah, we got 2,000 people on the road. They said that carnival won't die, and we got 2,000 people on the road. When the man went in, he got yelled up and boofed down. When he came back, the speech was, we got 10,000 people on the road. Nigga, that's a big jump. That's a big jump. We went from 2,000 to 10,000 in less than
That's a,
30 seconds. That's crazy.
That's a lie.
So I had a question. When you came back with those numbers, so
That's
when
a
the
lie.
city allocates these funds, right? Don't they have people who come out and actually spectate? Like to make sure, like, hey,
Okay,
this.
let me tell you a story. That's what Power Surge was talking about earlier, right? So younger, in my beginning days of Carnival, I'm going to say it the fast way. You're a smart guy. My beginning days of Carnival, I used to be out on the streets hustling. There was this dude who lived on West Selden
Yo,
who was a representative.
wait. Don't
Hold on.
before you get into the story, you get into the story, right? And hold on. Somebody wants to intervene, right?
Get him on
Somebody.
the live. He's on the live.
What you think I'm gonna do? Hello? Hello? We gonna make this interesting. Yo, say something, Roger. Hello?
Yeah, he was just on here. He could
Yo,
come in.
Pachi,
You can come
I
in.
don't
We
want
can
to.
chat. Come
Pachi,
in, Raja.
Pachi. Yo, Roger. As you being one of the people that do Carnival Truck every year,
Y'all
would
gonna make
you?
me roll up
Yo,
again.
turn the radio down. Turn the radio down. Cause I hear the echo. I have a question to ask you, right? I know you watching the live. Everything that's being said on the live, right? And you're not gonna get banned. You're already introduced into the Hall of Fame of Carnival. What the people are saying, right? You don't think it's right, or you think it's wrong? Okay. You said you don't have all the information. Okay, now if the information is being presented in front of you, right? Because in a way, listen, right?
Love my
I love
nephew.
to intervene because I know hot sauce love you and you love hot sauce, right? But if she's saving Boston Carnival, right, for the greater good, would you choose to stand down as long as it's within reason?
I'm not going to answer that question, but what I would say is,
Love it.
no. And it's what regard.
All right. Okay,
I love this
listen,
nigga,
right?
man.
Only reason why I said this, right? Because we all grew up together and we all have our differences. But if we're fighting for the greater good, I should be able to put you on the phone and you tell me, no, Serge, I'm not going for it. Or yes, Serge, we're going to go for it. It's not throwing little subliminals. You know, I'm very good at subliminals to spark up a conversation. But now, if it's for the
But
greater,
he's us. He's us. So it's not even like he shouldn't
Roger's
even be
mother
able
used
to
to take me to church every Saturday, bro.
That's
So
what I mean.
he's
He's
one of
us.
us.
So
So
he should be
Hold on,
automatically
but let
on
him
our
speak
side.
though.
He
Hold on, let him
knows the
speak.
so
history.
Let him
It shouldn't
speak.
even be a matter
Let,
of anything. He should know, like you know.
Larry, hold on. Let him answer
okay.
though.
So
Let him
now
answer.
let Roger answer. Answer, Roger. Go ahead. Answer.
We can't hear him, Serge.
I'm not going to just without having solid information. That makes no sense.
You don't think I'm arguing?
Just talk. That's just not on that wave. But clearly Larry is. I mean,
You're gonna have to interpret.
Serge, we can't hear.
Okay. Hold on. So now,
Could have came in the live.
no, but I don't think Larry is bashing people.
I
And
never bashed nobody. Who did I bash?
And leave me out of it because we had a long conversation today.
He said you and him are friends. He loves you. He said, okay, all right, now I get where he's coming from, right? So Roger means all good by saying he will stand up for something as long as it's within reason. Now he's saying, according to what he feels, if it's a greater good that only just a selective individuals are standing for, it doesn't make no sense to stand up for it anyways. Am I saying it right, Roger?
Yo, Larry, can you add him to the live because we can't hear.
He gotta come in. I don't even. He has his invite thing blocked.
Oh. Sarge, I think you went off.
I mean, the most I could say about that is, anybody watching the video will see I never bashed him. And my comment when I said he is us is, I mean, it's clear as that. I see Roger as me, as someone grew up like me, just like me, walked the same walk, talked the same talk. So I would assume and feel he would be as passionate as I am about it. So then to see him, in my eyes, working with the devil, working with the same one that I've seen him talk shit about, is just like, why? Never said nothing. It is nothing for him to take personal.
I think that something that was misconstrued is that
Yo, y'all can hear me?
I can
Yeah.
hear you.
All right. So all right. So okay. So now, I think the biggest problem is communication amongst each other and just getting on the phone and saying what we feel from jump.
I mean, you don't know how we feel. Again, I've said it many
Nigga,
times.
life in
Whoever's
Carnival,
participating in Carnival, I love y'all, but I do feel a way. But that don't make or break what y'all are doing.
why the fuck ain't we putting, why ain't we spending our Carnival?
You got Roger
No,
mad, man.
But the thing is, nobody ever bashed her. The thing is, she,
We're gonna talk about everything but the point.
but
Sarge, we can't.
so basically, so now Roger said he wouldn't mind coming on the panel. Pause. He wouldn't mind forward on the panel to speak his
Stupid.
mind about what he's saying. I get where Roger's coming from because Roger makes a lot of sense in a way. He's like, yo, we should be pushing Carnival. But if Carnival is not in everybody's interest to be pushed,
Wait.
what?
I would just want to, tell him to come in. Tell him to come in. Tell him, because
Yo,
all
tell
I would,
Pops he
when he
joined the
says,
live. So I'm gonna get
just
off
tell
the
him to request me to come in, because if he says
Roger.
we should
Then
be
you
pushing
join
the
the live.
Carnival, all I would ask is, in your eyes, why should we be pushing their Carnival? That's all I want to know. Or why are you pushing their Carnival? That's the only question I got to Roger.
All right, so Larry, you think Roger and Hot Sauce can push a whole entire Boston Carnival on their own?
Yes.
It's not going to be only Hot Sauce and Roger for one.
No,
Yes.
And
I'm just saying.
I
wait.
say yes.
Let me answer the question.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this boastfully. It was me and Margaret Black that started Worcester. It was only 2 trucks that started Worcester. So it's in Worcester, I mean, got to a point of 4 or 5. They are going off of our trucks. But if Boston Carnival at one point had 12, 13, 14 trucks on the road. So if there's 12, 13 trucks on the road for Boston, I guarantee you they will all go to fucking Worcester, because it will make more use of their fucking money, of the generator and all that other stuff. But half these people don't even want to go to Boston now, so now that's fucking up other carnivals. So all of these are little things where it's just like, there is no future for Boston Carnival. So
But
stop
okay.
helping them.
Oh, no. I don't think. Listen. There's a difference, and here's where it's
Sal
great we having this.
International is bigger than the fucking CACAB itself. So that is how much they are helping them stay alive. Their name
So
alone is bigger than fucking CACAB.
Yo,
Nobody
Right.
knows what CACAB means. You say Sal International,
Roger. So
people know. People
Larry
only.
just said
I make more fucking
Sound
promotion for
International is
Boston
bigger
Carnival
than
Committee
CACAB,
because of how I
so
diss
you
them.
can hold your own carnival. Do you feel you can do that?
Because I'll be bashing them if I said, oh
Okay,
yeah, they could.
wait, Larry. He said he feels like he could do it, but what did you say? You don't have the
Nigga,
time.
you started Vetchilla. Nigga, you started Vetchilla.
Hold on. Yo, I'm gonna get off this live. Put Roger
Yo,
on
add
this
him
live.
on. Yeah, add
Yeah,
him on
add him
the.
on the live.
Yeah.
Add him on the live. Add him on the live because it's real interesting.
So,
And he just
I,
said something
I,
real
I
so,
tell
good.
so,
niggas how great they are
Larry,
and I'm bashing them.
Larry,
What the fuck?
Larry. Remember at the beginning,
Larry, listen,
Larry.
listen.
Remember at the beginning of this conversation, I was asking, how did you guys present to that lady?
Yeah.
He wants to join the live. I'm gonna
Cause
get off. Have him.
I'm telling you, I've seen it, bro. If somebody if you come talking to, and I'm not accusing you of doing it, I'm just saying you talk to somebody rah, and then you come to somebody kind of respectfully, cordially, you're gonna get a different response.
True indeed.
So
But I've
passionately
never come at
wanting,
nobody rah-rah.
and
I've never
I
come at
don't know.
nobody rah-rah.
I'm just saying, passionately wanting Sound International to join, is one thing. But like, yo, y'all gotta come this and that, like maybe they're like, nah, fuck it. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Charlie, remember what I told you about? I'm not saying that they're basic, but you're talking to grown ass adults that understand that win you cannot win the bees with vinegar or whatever the saying is. Ain't nobody ever run up on Cab and start and brolically were like bop bop bop. That's
I
never
know, I
happened.
know. I
There's
understand.
not
I know that.
that's never happened. Like that shouldn't even be a part of the
Anytime I've
conversation
ever
anymore.
spazzed out in Cacab's presence is after the total disrespect that they've given me in my face. That's when I'm like, fuck this, I'm not taking this. And I'll usually cuss them and the fucking people in the crowd. Like, this is the shit y'all take, nigga? Nah, I'm not taking this shit. And
When it,
that's the only time I will ever spaz out. But
so
nah, I
before
don't.
right, the 2 meetings before the last meeting where we actually stood together, the 2 meetings before that, I remember this young man came into the meeting and it was a very hostile meeting. And by the time he left, he said, one thing that y'all really need to learn in here is how to respect people and talk to them like they're adults and not children. And that is the way that we are spoken to in sitting on those meetings. So you are told what to do,
Very
when to
disrespectful.
speak, when not to speak. Hi. Yep. When not to speak, how to speak. If they want you to speak, this on the side of the people, there is never any confusion about what is going on. There is nobody ever approaching anybody on any respect. And if that was the case, you can't take it as one person. There are many people that have tried to do this for the last 20 years. 20 years, people have been fighting this fight. People that are in the comment section, Larry Jordan, all the people, there are elders again. There are elders that are Shirley's, a little younger than Shirley, who are in this fight and documenting this because they've already taken her to court. They've already
Oh
met
wow.
with lawyers. She's been kicked out of CACAB since 2020, 2013. All of this will be revealed.
Kicked out of Cacab legally because she legally couldn't touch Cacab. And she finagled a way for her daughter to run it because she legally, but she kept everything low. She kept everything quiet. In the meeting she came, she sat down to the side, let her daughter and Kenya run shit. Yo, when I tell you she's the fucking Dawn, y'all think I'm playing.
And
That woman is the
I don't
Dawn.
want people to the first. I think I don't know. The first thing that people ask all the time is, "Did y'all try to work together? Have y'all ever tried to have a conversation with somebody
She
who
rolls her
doesn't want to
eyes.
listen to
She's,
you?"
That's why I asked. I don't know.
yo,
But that's what
she
I'm
will
saying.
roll her
I
eyes
want
while you're talking to her.
I
She'll be
want
like,
you guys to think about it. If it's gotten to this point where for 20 years people are still fighting down the same entity, why do you think that people would like to give their time and energy to something that they don't have any type of say, control, or input to doing? You could come to her
I
nice.
brought
You can
Daryl
write her an
in the
email.
convo.
Go ahead. You can text message. You can do anything, and it wouldn't matter. You cannot oppose somebody that doesn't want to be spoken to. We
So
all
I've
tried that. That was
never
the
been in
very
one of
first.
those
That was
meetings,
step
so
and
let
I
one.
me
never
just
did it again.
let
Nasty
me just get
attitude.
a couple words in because I sat and I listened, and for a large part of the conversation, I also listened as well, and was contributing in the comments as you guys saw. So Charlie, I don't believe I know you,
You
but
don't remember me.
it's
You used to work for my aunt. That was years ago.
okay.
We met. Yeah,
Who
yeah, yeah.
who's your
When you
aunt?
worked at Whittier,
Oh, I love
Frederica.
Frederica.
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
Frederica. Okay, pause.
yeah.
Okay, so and actually there was a year that Whittier sponsored the Carnival, the magazine,
Crazy.
the Carnival magazines that they put out. Whittier purchased a page, and I was instrumental in that, and
Yeah.
just to get exposure and all that stuff. Anyhow, what's interesting to me is that at your age group and other people in the comments, it strikes me as a little bit disheartening how many young people don't actually know about the incredible amount of work that people have put through over time. And I've kind of done some my own personal thinking on it, and I'd like to know if these thoughts are well placed, because you guys represent a whole other generation, that there is a gap between the folks who are on this call and are very passionate about making some change to the existing administration, and where you guys sit. And where you guys sit is a place where you're asking these questions, and it sounds very odd, very automatic to you. Why don't you kick them out? Why aren't y'all bringing in auditors to look at it? Why don't we just vote them out? Why don't we? Why don't we? It's because
We did.
what
We
you
did.
guys
We
have
did. We
learned,
did.
right, and but it's also because what you guys have learned in the time space that you've been here on this earth for, things have been functioning properly for you in when you go to apply for jobs, when you are dissatisfied with the service you receive at a restaurant, when you do a chargeback on a credit card. Things work in a way that you understand, you digest, you relate to, or whatever the case is. This administration is one that has been founded in organized confusion from the start. Even their bylaws had been conducted under articles of organization that do not exist today, but because they were formed this way, they still are grandfathered into certain things that they can do as an existing an existing organization charged with running the carnival. It is something that even escapes legal understanding, because when we went before a judge, the judge was like, honestly, I don't know how you guys have been able to function this way, but I am bound by what the bylaws state, and they state a certain thing, and I cannot reverse what people have voted on over years. So
Hence why
we
I
have
said this
done
is Shirley's thing.
we have it is but Larry, they don't know that.
Right.
But here's the other part, and this is the question I wanted to ask of Charlie and any other young person listening. You guys have been conditioned to this carnival in the way it functions, so you don't really do anything other than what you have been taught, or what has been ingrained in you by your parents, by your parents' parents, by people you've seen, your colleagues in school, or whatever the case is. You come out, that's why it's so easy for folks to just go out on the road on that day and think that they have been in a carnival. For many folks, it's a TikTok little segment they can post. It is something that they can trend on social media. It is something that they can say they've done it, it happened. They can,
Put it
it's
on
a thing, it's
their
a
little
face.
resume.
But it means a lot more to people who are in this, and that's why it's so much harder for when we're trying to explain to you, stop it, you don't stop it, because the mere fact is this organization can just make it happen and you'll attend. If you had to choose between something else that was happening on the same day, then it might have appeased you better to say, oh, let me weigh the pros and cons, which essentially is what is happening with the Kiddies Carnival this year on August 19th. There are two independent events, both serving the same population, the kids, both being done by two organizations. One's going to represent the future and one's going to represent the existing. And
Their
now
pocket.
people from the
Not even the
outside are going to be able to decide for themselves who they want to follow. It's an unfortunate trait that we have to go through, but this is the only way we can help to bridge that generational gap that exists between our generation and y'all generation. So I absolutely agree with a lot of the questions that you guys are asking. I cringe sometimes with the delivery that Larry and Danielle will be delivering, because I know it's been things that they've been hearing over and over and over again. But we always have to try to answer you guys with a little bit of grace and a little bit of understanding because of that gap. But I want you to know, instead of asking why, ask how was. to
Well,
phrase your question with how
well,
was,
Daryl.
because many, if not all of the things that you are talking about, if we've done, I think we've done it.
Well, Daryl, that's why I don't know if you've been listening from the beginning. When I got on here, my first initial statement was, I am here to learn. You know, I'm
Yep,
an African, but I love the Caribbean culture. Like I said, my kids are Caribbean, my wife's
yep.
Caribbean, and I love, I love the culture, the food, people, and everything. I want to learn. I don't know if you were on in the beginning when I said
So
the
there is,
highest
I
level.
was on in the beginning, but where you will find a disconnect, and I'm gonna cut you because I was listening from, well, close to the beginning, at least close enough to when you did ask that question, is how the two administrations that you have to pull information from is formed right now. You won't have a roadmap to get more involved with the existing administration because there is none. It exists
That's
purely in a silo that they control. But BSOCA and other entities that will probably eventually form after BSOCA, if we have spirited, young-minded individuals such as yourself and others, will start to create stuff, roadmaps, whatever, to help build cultural awareness exercises that everyone can enjoy. Currently, the carnival exists in a silo. It's a vacuum. They only activate within the last 3 months leading up to the carnival, if that. They exist purely when the Mayor's Office of Arts and Council's budget is released, because that indicates how much money the city is going to award to this administration. That's why there is no money for marketing, advertising, or anything else. It is a very small, finite amount that they misappropriate, because the money can be used to put on a very good carnival, but they misappropriate it so that they can claim a loss and then therefore claim all of the other funding they can get in emergency or otherwise to put on a parade. But I want you to know that they are very structured in the sort of the appearance of them looking disorganized and disheveled and everything. They are very disorganized in that behavior. It's one of the reasons why for the 50th anniversary, there's a lot of stuff popping up that they never did before, that they're doing very secretly because they have to do it to claim funds. But I don't want you to think that anyone else that are here, and I know you probably don't think that, I don't want you to think that we haven't done some way, we haven't tried for
No,
many
I just
years.
I wanna learn. I wanna know, and that's why Hot Sauce is saying the questions are basic. They might be basic to her, but to me,
No,
it's
No,
new
I don't
and
information.
think she
And
said that.
no, and
I
yeah,
didn't
I
read
don't.
that from her at all.
Yeah,
She
and
I think what I heard is that she encouraged
yes,
questions like this. And I also want to encourage your questions as well. What I am saying to you, and I want you to hear me, is in the phrasing of your questions, the folks that are delivering the answers to you
mhm.
might be delivering it to you in a way where it seems like your question is basic, but it's only because we've heard it time and time and time
It's
again. And what
trying to
Understood.
give
we
you the
need to
short
do,
version.
and yeah,
Understood.
And
Understood.
and
Totally
what
and
we
it's
need
that
to
trying
is
to
do
give
is
you
not.
the
start
short version because
delivering.
every version is long. So I just
Yeah,
try to give you the short
and
version.
then that
But
like
it's
the
not
base.
about
Yeah.
basic, it's not about basic questions. There are people even in the comments
Hmm.
who are asking questions, and you go on their page and you see how young they are, and I just look at that as a missed opportunity. Someone who in that generation of coaching, when a parent should have been, and parents are busy, parents are busy, and most of the time parents don't want their kids out there for the parade anyway, with all of the other stuff that Danielle mentioned earlier that is never publicly addressed, but more so try to brush a thing under, when the carnival committee should be using some proper media skills and trying to do different things. But the carnival receives a lot of negative publicity towards it. And I also want you to know that is, Danielle hinted to it earlier, that is welcomed by the carnival committee, because they use that as a scare tactic. It is probably one of the few scare tactics that I still see is in employment today, because they will scare anyone that's trying to run the carnival or do a carnival. You think you could control them gangs and them gunshots? You think you can control this one coming out on that day? You think, well, if you think you could do it, you do it. They use these things as a scare tactic, when in essence it's not looking out for the longevity or the legacy that carnival can bring.
We
So
also,
you
even to
wanted.
that point, Daryl, I have seen people like literally say, no, nothing can happen here without Shirley, or nothing, she has all the power. That's never been true. We've, again, another scare
Told me the
tactic
same
to
thing.
make it feel like she's the only one that can get things moving and to silence everybody else from even attempting, because we already have been programmed to know that that's the only way that we can get anything moving, and that has been proven time and time again to not be true. We've seen the scare tactic happen here with a lot of different, little things, the little things popping up that, like we finding out that they had a little hand in about. But if you stop moving, that's when they try to shut you down. So it does take people that are willing to just kind of be like you and continue to ask even the basic questions, because like he said, there's so many people that don't want to get involved with this part because they just want to go on the road and they just want to do this. Asking those basic questions and getting answers for them is actually important because they don't know, and nobody cares because they don't ask questions. Everybody just assumes
Yep.
that it's coming from a place of negativity or a place of hostility. It's never been about that. Carnival ain't about that. Carnival is about fun. And that's where we
Yep.
want to get back to the point where we are
I've
not
always
constantly
said,
hearing, where are the vibes? Where are the vibes? I can't believe there's no vibes. There's no vibes. There's no vibes because there's nothing to vibe about.
But I
I,
wanna just say two quick things to Charlie
what's up,
B.
Bob?
I want you
All right.
to um I want to encourage you to bring your kids, your wife to the
All
kiddies
right.
event that's happening on Saturday. You are asking for a roadmap to be able to learn about Carnival and all this kind of stuff. I am telling you now, you will not find that. It is not posted anywhere, at least nothing that we can all vet and say this is a proper representation of what Carnival is. It is disappointing because for the 50th anniversary, you should have something like this
How
at
you
the
been?
ready to be able to
All right.
distribute. It is also one of the things, one of the main reasons
I went on a
why
little
I
phone call.
plan to make myself very present at this seminar that they claim to be having next week, where they're going to talk about the history and all of the contributions that the CACAB has done for the carnival, but not from necessarily a confrontational point, but because, like you, I actually do want to know.
Me too.
Because
Yep.
any kind of documentation that purely exists to accredit this organization is all rooted in tomfoolery. So it will be very interesting to see how they can spin this to a panel of very lofty people. I mean, the lieutenant governor is there. Actually, that's probably the only one, because I really do like the work that she's doing. I follow her. I know her work. I know what she
But
stands
these
for. So
people
it's very
don't know. These
curious.
people don't know our culture, so it's
That's
gonna.
that, and
They
that is
can do
why
it.
I want to go to see how this was actually spun. Because if it's a case where I don't have to say something and I like the light for which it shed, I probably won't say anything because, let's be honest, this is an organization that runs just like any other organization out there. And not everybody puts out every single detail about their organization. If I see
Correct.
that there has been some careful, strategic monitoring of our data to sort of get a new audience, of course I'll shut the F up. I'm not stupid. And I actually am one, despite what anyone might think, is for this culture and this culture in Boston in particular. But if I see that there is a spin to sort of somehow glorify a Trojan horse, I am absolutely not going to stand for
And
that.
we cannot
Because this
we
Trojan
carnival
cannot
was
fall for the
man.
not
okey
built,
doke of
this was not,
coats, because
this
everybody wearing
organization
the
was
same
not
coat.
built on one particular person over 50 years. This organization, this carnival, was built on the backs of many Caribbean people, past and present, that are here still, and some of them who have left, that would be disappointed to know that last year there was literally no Kiddies Carnival and one band on the adult road. And then this year, you are basically in the throes of an argument that you do not want to address at all. So, there is a little bit of disconnect there that I do believe people would be interested in. But Charlie, I want to encourage you to continue asking questions. I want to encourage you to come out on August 19th, because I think that will be the building and perhaps even contributing to what you might think could be a roadmap to what Carnival could look like in the future for you and many of your friends and many of your friends with
Your
kids.
kids, with your kids too.
So, Daryl, before you go, besides coming out, two things I want to ask. What is this seminar? Where is it? How do we get access to it? And what is your vision, or what is the way forward Besides,
So the
coming out.
carnival, the seminar is going to be next week, Thursday. It's not a seminar, it's a panel discussion. It's also being carried on Zoom. I didn't want to really publicize the Zoom too much because I know our people and, we actually are afraid. We are that Daniel hinted to this earlier, and Larry as well. We are afraid of actually presenting our physical selves because we just, we talk a good game once there is a barrier that can prevent us from actually having to step up on that. I mean, last year we challenged people just to wear a T-shirt that said "Save Boston Carnival" as part of a visibility campaign, and that was like pulling teeth from many people who actually purchased the T-shirts. So the buying was easy, but then the follow up from the buying is what was a little
The
bit hard.
representation,
But the
yeah.
seminar, the panel is next week Thursday. It's put on by Boston Historical Institute, and I think an aspect that is missed, and I wanted to do some more research before I said something like this, but I will say it now. I'll just be very careful. The Boston Historical Institute does not take very lightly anything that it does. It is almost like cementing in Boston's history an action, an item, a person, an occasion that will remain critical fact for the rest of Boston's life. So this seminar happening, or this panel happening next week, as simple as it looks, will actually cement for this lady her legacy as it relates to Boston Carnival. Now, I'm not saying that she does not have something to, there's nothing, I mean, Carnival cannot not exist without the work of Shirley Shillingford and the
Aisha
committee
just put up the link.
from when she is running it, or under her administration. They've done stuff. I mean, they've basically been in existence for 50 years. But what my cause for concern is exactly what that panel is going to record, what the Historical Institute is going to have as material fact, what kind of things that we will not be able to undo once the Historical Institute deems it as being done. I think this will
So
be a missed opportunity if we don't show up in numbers to actually show that there is a concern, that maybe the Historical Institute should not be so quick to finalize things. I think for right now, they think it's very easy. This is going to be something that's very easy. This wonderful organization is going to have a 50th anniversary. We're part of it. I think this is the smoke and mirrors that they have been presented. And I also think that because the Caribbean community is one such that is afraid to show up in physical numbers, I think CACAB thinks they have this in the bag. I'm hoping that with the days remaining between now and next week, that people may have a change of heart and may actually want to
you can
show up to
review
this
it on the
free
Zoom.
event. It's free. Okay, you have to register, but it is a free event and you can attend in person or by Zoom. But I think a physical presence is going to show a lot more concern for this carnival that we claim to love so much. I mean, I know I do. I love it, and that's why I'm going to be
Me
there.
too.
So that's the
Can you
information on the
refute? Can
seminar,
you argue with
Charlie.
their comment? Can you say
Thank
you
you.
don't
Thank you,
agree with
Don.
their comment,
Can I do?
Daryl?
Can I not agree?
Can you voice your opinion on not agreeing with their decision?
Well, they haven't done anything yet, right? They're just doing a panel. They we they, if you look at the scope of the panel, it basically is going to be lauding Shirley for the work she's done for 50 years of the carnival. It's going to talk about some of some of what they claim to be facts about the Boston Carnival. But if you're in this sort of room and space, you know that these facts that they're going to be talking about are facts that they've been spoon-fed. Like someone from some organization, presumably CACAB, has curated a bunch of facts as they know it and fed it to the historical. I mean, this is something that happens all the time. This is just how things happen, right? And then the panel is going to basically avail themselves to talk about, like, probably what they're going to assume is going to happen for the next 50 years. They know Shirley's not going to live for another 50 years. So they're going to probably talk a little bit about what tradition looks like, what legacy looks like, and she's probably going to say some things, and I'm probably going to be there to hear it. And, you know, we're going to see exactly what this looks like. But to my earlier point, if she hints to and or says anything in that room or space that lends itself to the longevity of the carnival committee to be something that's tradition that's kept up by her daughters, or anything that you guys have speculated in here in this group chat, it kind of helps the cause. It makes it sort of like an easy kill for a position. It's sort of like it's a king making statute. It's a king making skill that she will be doing. But so if you guys can attend, someone has put the link in the chat. Taisha has put the link in the chat for folks to go in and register. You can choose to go in Zoom. You can show up in person. But it's going to be an important time for your voices to be heard. Because they do have an obligation to have us hear our voices. And I hope that people aren't intimidated by who's in the room. I hope you know that you have just as much as a stake in this fight as they do. You have probably even more of a stake in this fight because you're a Caribbean national and they may not even attend. They're just there to show up at the panel. But I encourage everyone
like most of the
to try
time.
to attend the best that they to the extent that you can. It's at 5:30. It's after work for most people. So you can try to attend if you can. And then as far as your other question about what do I see as the future, plain and simple, BSOCA is on a good trajectory for what the future can look like. They're not fully formed, so they're right now in an ad hoc stage, and the people who are there who are running BSOCA are entirely drained. But they are committed and passionate about it, so they're moving it forward. But if there was one glimmer of hope that I have for the future of Boston Carnival, it would be BSOCA, because for many of the folks that know me, they know that while I am based in Boston, a lot of my work is international, and I'm never usually here. So, and that has been because I have routinely been disappointed with what Boston Carnival had looked like over the years. So it really didn't bother me that one of basically what is I think the second or third largest North American carnival, the first being Toronto's, is ours, and it for me to live here, it's piss poor representation. So until BSOCA kind of came on the horizon, I didn't have much hope for Boston Carnival. I know that folks were in sort of like this Pied Piper syndrome, where one person, Shirley, blows the horn and everyone just kind of follows. And I was a follower. I am a follower because I love the carnival, and on that day I want to be on the road. So I too am part of the problem, right? But again, with the work that this organization and other organizations as well has been trying to do to help to sway some people to kind of understand what's happening with Boston Carnival, I've had a small fire lit back, and I'm hoping that I can involve the younger generation to get more involved and get more vocal. But I do understand that for a lot of the younger generation, you are led in households where the existing regime has a lot of hold. Your mothers and grandmothers, your fathers and grandfathers. These are people that you guys all look up to in your personal spaces, in your personal homes, that they all would, they would be greatly disappointed to perhaps know that you're taking a stand.
Mm-hmm.
And because they've made up their minds.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that if we educate you enough to understand why you're making this decision, you can use your influence in your own home. It starts at home, and then it manifests itself to whatever you do. You're a father, you have kids. It's up to you to teach them now, because they're growing up in a different generation that may bypass what you know of Carnival to something else.
Yep.
So the road forward
The way
means
it's
that we
looking,
all
though,
have a
Carnival
part to
won't be
play in
around.
this.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
Culture. Yeah.
yeah. The way it's looking, shit. By the time his kids get our age, there won't be no
No.
Carnival. I'm trying to change that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, for whatever, well, again, history is important because 50 years, let's think about it. Let's put it in relational terms, right? 50 years ago, we might be, 50 years, Carnival was started in Boston Carnival. I'm sorry, it started in Boston. But
Common, yeah.
literally a decade prior to Boston Carnival forming, we still had Jim Crow laws in the South.
Yeah.
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 So let's really put things into context. While we were jamming coming down the road, I mean, I'm only 21. Larry, you might have been alive around that time. Um,
I know
you
it
know,
started in the Boston Common. It wasn't even a moving road, but it started in the Boston Common downtown, and you
yep.
know, I hang out with
But
Mike,
it
so I
was
get a
but
lot
it
of those.
was a it was a place of a place where people could, it was tied akin to freedom, independence, culture,
Right.
and all these things. And over time, it evolved into a money-making scheme and a private agenda. So we now have to take it back. It's now making its full circle. It's had its run, I think, and now it's getting back to history. It's getting back to tradition. It's going to be realigned, and I think we do have the powers at hand, the forces to help that. But let me just touch on this point, and then I'll shut up, because that whole sounding and Pachi and that call and all that kind of stuff. I want you to know, Charlie, you can close your ears, but that's bureaucratic bullshit. Okay, Sound International is split between two entities that all focus under Sound International, right? They look as a unified front to us, but on the road or whatever, like they have their own separate things that they run under. I firmly believe the only thing Pachi was doing was what he was programmed to do. I love that boy to death, but he is programmable because he is employable. And that is a lot of us. So you can't necessarily, but you can't necessarily bash someone for what they do unless you have the formula to show them that they can be unprogrammed, right? Like the entire country right now is going through some sort of unprogramming. We're all kicking up our hands if we're not treated right at our place of establishment. We're quitting, we're finding another job, we're gaining our independence, we're doing what we're doing, we're starting our own businesses, we're learning how to start our own businesses, we are being reprogrammed. But in that moment, perhaps he just probably was programmed to do something, because we even heard it from the other entity where it was more like, hey, why are we bashing? We shouldn't be bashing. This person has a lot of history. Yes, we understand that this person has a lot of history, but with a lot of history comes a lot of baggage. Baggage that should be examined to find out if there's any fluff or if there's anything that we can actually use. That has not happened for a long time, which is why we've had 50 years of the same rhetoric over and over again with no real infusion of anything new. It is because of the excess baggage that has been carried for 50 years and no one taking a look at that. And then when they bring in entities with the promise of new blood or new voice, they program them to carry that baggage, which results in them taking a mic from someone and saying, don't say that. That is the baggage that we're talking about. They have not been unprogrammed. So I give everyone grace and I give everyone space, because until, you don't fight fire with fire. Apache is very good at what he does. He's a very good DJ. He does what he does, and et cetera, et cetera. I am a fan. I was not a fan of what happened on that day. I didn't make it about that day, though, because I know that there is much work to be done. But I also know that within that existing regime, which is Sound International, they have their own problems, of which finance is one of them. So I can see why they would make the decision to lead with the money and hope that the money will lead to legacy, because it doesn't. But for them, if that's what it has to, that's fine. No, that's fine. Not everyone, not everyone has. But I hope that people understand where I'm coming from. It might sound like a dig, but hopefully, if Pachi's on, he's hearing me, because he actually worked. He worked to hurt the visibility campaign that happened last year. But again, we all don't learn by being perfect. We learn by making mistakes, and let's hope that there's some learning that has happened in that whole instance. But I was not surprised at all to know that Sound International was who was tapped by the Carnival Committee to work with them. I was not surprised at all to know that Errol was the entity that would work with them. It was
Were
almost.
you surprised about Suave?
No, I was not surprised about Zouave, because there is still an alliance between the Carnival Committee and the Zouave Committee. Well, when I say the Zouave Committee, let me be very, very clear. There is still an alliance between the Cedeno brothers and the Carnival Committee in terms of access to spaces, in terms of access to different things that can happen. This is not stuff that, I don't ever speak from a place of uncertainty. And I don't ever speak. I mean, these lives are recorded. People can take what they want to take from it. I mean, and we can take it up elsewhere. I mean, Danielle and I share the same sort of like headspace, and Larry, you as well. But when people like us who are not afraid to be vocal, to say things in a provocative manner that can spark discussion, but we are doing it in a respectful manner. I think that we need to really observe the people that take the most hurt in that, because they're usually the ones that's wearing the hat, and that's why it affects them this way. I have no issue with saying what I would say with the CACAB, who they're aligned with, who they're affiliated with, and what they're doing, because we can see the results of these things. There are things that
You're not
happen
lying.
for that outfit that does not happen for anyone else. And it's not because of the work that they're putting in, because every promoter is putting in the same type of work that they're doing. So, and let's be honest, this is usually the area that people like to live in, and that's okay. Everyone likes this air of mystique and blah blah blah. But we have to really draw the line in the sand when it comes to the carnival committee and what they're doing to hurt the carnival and stifle the progress. Right? They are actively working to stifle the progress. And my fear is that they are incorporating people that we all know, we hold close, and we love. I mean, we love Red House Entertainment and the work that they're doing, but at what expense? We love Sound International and the work that they're doing, but at what expense? It is costing us the very same thing that you are hoping stays alive so that you can capitalize at your parties. If we lose Carnival, we lose everything. And if you put out
And
a
if
t-shirt ban, it is
you
not
gain for
Carnival.
one, you gain. What do you really gain? If you gained the party, you gained a couple dollars. Okay, then what? Then what? You
Exactly.
went to McDonald's, you bought some sneakers. You put your daughter through or your family through a little one semester of school. Okay, who's to say it's gonna come back the next year? Who's to say? This is like, then what? When you
Exactly. But
know
the,
the
the larger
entity is
the
gonna.
larger part of the larger part of the discussion and the reasoning for bringing Sound International into the equation to sort of paint a picture to illustrate the point that I'm trying to make is that we have entities among us that we respect, that we admire and we want to see continue, but they are fruit of the poisonous tree because they continue to be affiliated with the organization that is in direct conflict of anything that is helping the progress of Carnival. Carnival should be the cherry on top of a massive pie for all of the events that we have in Boston. And for many years, this is a irrefutable fact. The Carnival Committee for years has never acknowledged the efforts of promoters. They have never thought that they needed the promoters. They have always thought that the promoters needed them. They've also never thought they've needed the band leaders. They always thought that the band leaders needed them. So and all of that had been turned on its head for the 50th anniversary, and that was through no small doing. We did that. The Save Boston Carnival campaign, the efforts of BSOCA, the efforts of people like yourself, we helped to show the Carnival Committee that you actually need these people.
Yep.
And here they
Look at.
come and they decipher
Yeah.
for us, they show us who the true moles within our camps were. Anyone that signs up to do anything with the CACAB could be constituted as a mole, and not necessarily for the reasons that you guys might have pointed out earlier. It could be some of those reasons, but it's more so because any one of these people that you ask cannot dispute the fact that the carnival has not
And I
progressed in
have
quite some
asked.
time.
I have
So,
asked
but
every single one of them, and they have all said the same
Correct.
exact thing. So we're
Correct.
all
And so
literally
and
in
so
the
if
same
you
mind frame of everything
but
that's going on, but at the same time, there's a pull or a program. I like that. A programmed mind frame that makes you go against exactly what you're saying that you are
yep.
against and still continue to do it. And I guess that's where I get frustrated and get confused because it hits
you shouldn't though, hot
it
sauce.
widens the divide because
You
when the
shouldn't.
people know what is going on and when the people know what is wrong and the people know how to stop it and they go against the change or they go against the evolution of it, this is where we get confused and start talking about, divisive and negativity and whatever. Because when accountability is being asked for and people are holding people accountable to what they said that they're going to give us, we don't want to do that because we're in fear that it might hurt our friends' feelings or that we won't get the same personalized gratification that we do. And if we don't get very uncomfortable,
But
Exactly.
very
hot
uncomfortable
sauce.
with having these conversations, nothing ever will change. And it's sad because it can. It doesn't have to be hard.
But hot sauce. You don't. Again, everybody's not gonna always follow what what you or I might think is the right way, right? Respectfully, Sound International, they're friends of mine, work with them, they do work for me, whatever. Pachi's my guy. For whatever reason they may have or he may have, if they choose to, stay with the committee or whatever, that's fine. I don't think they should be, I don't want to say ridiculed or singled out or whatever it is. Yes, they might say one thing behind closed doors, but that's fine. Why don't you, you all or we all, however you want to label it, just move on and maybe they'll follow suit afterwards. I'm assuming you guys have had many
Regardless,
conversations.
hold on, Charlie. To answer that in a sense, right? Because I always said that. And I kind of mentioned that earlier when I said, we're all friends, we're all family in a sense. It's not like if they went out this year and B Soka started doing something big next year that niggas is going to be like, oh, nah, fuck them, and we ain't got nothing to do with them. It's nothing to do with that. The whole fact is of this year keeping the entity of them alive. They are helping them stay alive. So, again, with all the personal stuff and all of that, just X out all of that and keep it business, as far as, when they're listening or other people who want to take things and put it into their perspective. But no, keeping it into the business and keep it to what we was talking about, it's all a matter of, drop my shit. It's all a matter of keeping their entity alive, and that's the only part that is just
So
like,
let me play devil's advocate again, right? All right, we are a DJ. I'm a DJ. We know shit's expensive. Listen, cost of living is expensive, right? I don't know. I'm just going off a pure assumption. Let's say they promise 10 racks to do whatever it is. Okay, right? You can't tell nobody how to feed or support their family. Again, this is just pure speculation and an assumption. So you
never
can't be
said you
mad. You
right.
can't be mad at them for that. You know what I mean?
No,
That's what
that
I'm
No, no,
just
no,
that's
no.
not
trying to.
So Charlie, I
Why
think
can't I
let
though?
me let
Why
me get
can't
a
I though?
let me get a word. Let me get this word in because that's usually the easiest thing that people throw, right?
Right.
And what I usually tell
On.
people, if that was the case, everybody would be gay because even if you're not gay, if you can be paid, you'll turn gay. Right. And we all know that there's people be like,
Mm.
oh, it don't matter how
Thank
much money you
you.
pay me on the world in the world, I will never do this. So why not have that same type of energy when coming to something like this?
and then
Now, now,
just to give
now
you
Because that's
okay,
here's
just
what
to
I
give
will
choice.
you another
so
aspect of that.
that was
Here
but
That's
that was my low blow. That was my low
that was
blow
a
only because I
that's a
wanted to put
personal choice
things.
though.
No. I only wanted to put
So it's
things
so
into this
everything is a
perspective.
personal choice. Come on, man.
But that's
Everything
I
that's
is
the
a
used
point
personal
though.
choice.
I
Charlie,
used okay. I
That's
used
why
this
I say
in a
keep it
personal
business from the
perspective.
beginning.
I where I wanted to direct the dialogue was in this particular realm. People have the same type of argument, actors have the same type of argument all the time when they're being paid to portray a role that may go against what they believe. Okay? I dumbed it down a bit so that we can discuss the actual root of the issue. You wanted to turn it into something financial because someone could have been offered a potential sum of money and they would appear stupid to turn that down. My question to you is, how is it that someone can appear stupid when something is potentially going against you
It
ethically?
has it all
The,
the
the,
time. This is why I
it what
said
all the
earlier, Daryl.
time?
It happens all the time. I personally would never do that. And I'm a Virgo. People don't like me, and I'm a loner because I speak my mind. I don't care who likes me or not. Larry knows that, and that's just me. People don't. I speak what I'm like. The same thing you guys are experiencing within the Caribbean culture is the same thing within the African culture. The mindset of
Okay.
people. To answer your question of how people do it. People will say one thing to you
and tha-
and
and
then do something
that's
behind
and
your
that's
back.
But
what
the
and
base
that's what we
of it
discovered. That is
it's
what
not
we
a matter of right
discovered.
or wrong. We're just saying
That's what we
we do not
discovered with
agree with
Sound International. At least for me, that is what I discovered, and that's why I said this earlier. when it came to Pachi, I didn't really let that govern the way I felt about his musical ability or him as a professional. To me, I look at it as him just being programmed, and he still has an opportunity for him to be unprogrammed. That's how I looked at it in that
So that
instance.
that word programmed, right? And I hear you, but to say programmed, let's say I know Patrick works, he has a good job, whatever he's making. Good. I'm just saying, let's just say, right? And I don't want to use. I like the programmer, but I don't want to say that to him. We don't know what might have transpired in the background.
No, I
Have
get that. I
you
get that.
know?
But what I'm saying is,
My
prior to that, I'm only cutting you off because I know where you want to go with this, and I don't want us to have this back and forth debate. What Sound International chose to do with the Carnival Committee was very deliberate. It was deliberate on a bunch of different reasons, and one of the main reasons was privacy. No one knew what they were doing. They didn't make it public. They didn't say anything. They made a lot of, just like how even the phone call went with Serge, and Serge is a very intelligent guy. Oh, I don't have all the facts presented to me. They do have all of the facts. Sound International is a band that had played for one of the most decorated bands in Boston for a while. So they know the politics that exist. They have intimate. So they to make this about money is laughable at best, especially when coming up to Carnival, they have either supplied music, supplied equipment, done stuff that they could have afforded to stand for something on that day. Taking away what they could have potentially made on that day would have hurt them, but not too much. And it lent itself to our visibility campaign we were doing last
and
year. Last
I
year was
want
a
to throw in
deliberate effort.
my problem is not necessarily the business aspect for Evans, because if that's your angle, be about that. It's I'm getting paid for this. This is all business. This is what I do. It's when you put a different spin on it and you make
Narrative.
it
You put
about
a
the
different narrative
culture
out there.
and you make it about the community and you start spitting venom against somebody else who is doing it or an entity that is doing it is where the problem lies. Now, if you are just a paid vendor to Cacab, then I get it. But don't do it and then disguise it as for the
As
culture
something
or I'm doing it
else.
for my
Correct.
community, because then that's when you can't use it's just business at this point because you've already made it not about business. So what are you doing? You want to use it about business and about the culture at the same time when the culture is dying under that business, or are you doing it for business because this is your business entity? So you can't use both. You gotta pick a poison.
Y'all know better than me, so I was just playing devil's advocate,
No,
but
no,
I'm
no.
gonna shut up on this
No,
one.
no,
No,
and
you
listen,
asked the
Charlie,
question and they
devil's
answered it.
advocate is one of the
You
best
asked the
ways. That's where I
question and
live.
they answered
That
it.
is where
That's all. You
I
asked
live.
the question and they
So,
answered it.
so it's not you playing devil's advocate. It's also a learning tactic. You are trying to learn, but I'm hoping that you're learning. I'm hoping that you're positioning yourself to learn the proper way, because you could also be someone that's just flooded with so much information that you can't just pick. And you know what most people do, just throw their hands up in the air and say, you know what, I'm gonna just focus over here, and I'll I'll when I'm ready to deal with this headache, I'll deal with it. Because to be honest with you, for a lot of people, Carnival is a headache. We just choose to deal with it,
Love
but it
it.
is a
Love it.
huge headache. It's a personality balance. It is an attitudinal adjustment. It is everything you can imagine. But what it also is, it's beautiful, it's empowering, it's show stopping, it's all of those things. And the committee capitalizes on that with a very big paycheck. They called some of the numbers earlier today that it was just, that someone might say it's a gross exaggeration, but there was years when they claimed that things were not that great, and I reported to folks that they made $10,000 at the kiddies event, and no one believed me until they saw the numbers. And they would have never seen the numbers if there wasn't a fallout in the administration, and it proved to be true. So there is money in this. Danielle said earlier, there is room for people to
Money.
eat at the table, but it takes a transparent administration, one that does not have existing flaws that they need to take care of in their own family. I mean, the Carnival Committee as her own personal expense account.
Trinidad
And I used to think it didn't have
flag,
any
but
money to
Trinidad
begin
flight.
with, but there's a lot of things that's been expensing. So I've had to also stand up and take notice because for a while I had not focused on anything that the carnival had been doing,
Yo,
and I
Charlie,
just thought that someday it's
Yo,
gonna get better, but it just
hold
never.
on, Daryl could be here to witness this and tell you if I'm lying or not. One year, people were questioning Shirley about what she did with the money, right? And everybody know that she went to Trinidad with a couple of the members, and she was hanging around with the Carnival Committee in Trinidad, those members from the Trinidad Carnival Committee. So when we asked her what she was doing and whatever, she said, well, I went on research.
perfect answer. Perfect answer.
That is
I
what
mean,
she told everybody in their face. If that wasn't one of the many fuck yous, without saying fuck you, but that's just the type of shit
But we
that we,
allow
and
it.
you're
We allow
like,
it.
what, wait,
but I but
I
but
always said that.
Danielle, we allow it, but we also, I want you guys to know, and maybe this is helpful for Charlie. We allow it, but we also cannot do anything about it. So, Charlie, I also want you to hear this. The only people that can affect any kind of change with how the administration is currently run is the members of the Carnival Committee. That is how their bylaws are set up. That is how the organizational structure is set up. So if you have an issue with the
I'm
Carnival
gonna
Committee, they don't
be mean. I'm gonna
technically.
be mean and say, or if she dies. But if she die, it might go to her daughter. But
Okay,
that might be the way.
I didn't say that. However,
You didn't. You didn't. I did.
I
I
didn't
didn't wish
say
her
that.
dead. I just say that's the only way something might really change is if she's just dead.
But
Go ahead.
Charlie, we can't make any changes. We can't ask for any um um answers. We can ask. I'm going to say that we can ask. They are under no obligation to answer us. That is how I would put it, because their
Understood.
only obligation is to members of the committee for which they appoint. That is how their bylaws is set up. It's a very antiquated rule, but because they were formed under antiquated articles of organization, it is allowed
And
to
like the
still be in
Supreme
practice to
Court.
this day.
So, like I was saying, Dara, earlier. So, what is your response to stopping the money? That seems to be the only way
So
to
yeah, so
stop
no,
this.
that's a good point. So the response to stopping the money is to do things like this. It is to inform the lieutenant governor who will be in attendance next week. It's to inform that there is something wrong with this organization. Lieutenant Governor Driscoll will be there next week. It's to just to politely inform. These are people who are appointed to listen to us, but we just have to be very organized. We can't just be all ad hoc, just shouting stuff at people.
Yep.
And you know what, too? Also, Charlie, it's probably even more important if a message was coming from the youth. I think the lieutenant governor will be more prone to listening to someone who is empowered by, and informed and is also young. I mean, I would happily volunteer myself because I am young, but the voice might be a little cracky. I'm just joking, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Um, but it would have a lot more weight if younger people were to pose these questions, and it would cause them to answer. But it is,
Let me
that
say
is
this
one
to that.
way to stop the funding, or not necessarily stop the funding, but to have the funding be investigated. We've heard it in movies all the
Daryl,
time. Follow the money, and
Yeah.
we'll see where things,
That's
you
it.
know.
It's follow the money.
Charlie,
Yep.
to piggyback that, that is exactly what has to be done. Because when I was the younger crowd and I used to step up to the plate and speak to certain people, when I needed that backing, like Daryl's proposing, if the younger generation goes up, all I needed was those elders to be behind me to be like,
I,
okay, I come
oh,
up with
and
my
I remember,
griefs
and
and
that didn't happen.
all my griefs and my complaints and blah, blah, blah. And
Yeah.
then they can say, yeah, this was happening from our time as well, blah, blah, blah. But when I look back, it was
Nobody.
tumbleweeds
Nobody
and
was there.
fucking
Nobody
Yep,
was there.
nobody was
yep.
there. So if the situation now reinvents itself where you and your generation goes up, then you can have people like me, like fucking Danielle, like Daryl, and the generation behind you to say, yeah, because look at the shit happening now. The shit's been happening way back in our time, and it just will help raise those eyebrows and shit that weren't raised when I did it and other people did it, and there was no one else behind it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
I think it's a great
I
conversation.
mean,
This is a good
Charlie,
start.
I think you're getting a really close snapshot as to the headache that if you are willing to sacrifice your headspace for and not leave some of that for your kids, we're happy if you want to
And I
take that
think
to task.
Daryl alluded to it earlier. To you, Charlie, just hearing about it, it don't seem like a hard task, right? Because even the questions you're asking, like why don't? Because this is literally how I came into it too. Like this is not
All of us.
hard. We just, we just got
You just do
what's
A and B
going
and you're
on.
gonna get C.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
okay, the data and the facts say this, so okay, it's not hard. It's so hard. It's so hard.
What's
It's
interesting for
so
me
very hard.
is that one person, and I get it, she created one person can have such power on several communities because the Caribbean is not just one country, right? It's amazing how one person has such power.
But we allow it, and with entities like what we're telling you, that light could be diminished if everybody just don't go there. If people don't, if people ain't there, if the fuel isn't there to fucking fuel the fire, cool, we are the fucking fuel to that fucking fire. So if we just go elsewhere, we light another spark somewhere else, nigga. Little shameless plug on Spark FM. But if we spark the fire somewhere else, we could create a fire somewhere else.
You
Like
got to
damn,
start. You got to start. Everybody's not going to
But I,
come right
but
away, but you got to start.
I do want you to know that it is a lost cause for this year, right? The reality is that Sound International will
definitely.
be on the
Oh,
road as well as
Well,
a couple of bands
D
are going to
Horizon and
be
yeah,
on the
all of that.
road, right? And for the Carnival Committee, right? Because I've already made peace with this. For the Carnival Committee, they've won,
Yes.
right?
They got
This
their
is
50th carnival.
correct. They got their 50th carnival. It's probably going to be amazing, right? They're gonna, I think for the first time, they're actually going to spend the resources or allocate the resources appropriately to make sure that they have the visibility that they
They
need,
got
whether
the
it's marketing
bread.
or media, but
They got the bread.
exactly. They got a windfall of funds this year to be able to do that.
Bet you her
So
vacation gonna be good too.
I didn't say
Bet you
that, but
Carnival
okay.
in February. Carnival in
Daryl,
February gonna be
Allegedly.
nice.
Daryl, what if this conversation changes Sound International's mind? They're willing to take a
It
loss
will
and
not.
stand in solidarity.
No, I mean,
What if it does? What if it
it
does?
doesn't.
Let's say it does.
It doesn't matter because that's just one band.
It's
Even I mean
unfortunately
that's just
three
one
of
brand.
them.
Although they are supplying the majority of the trucks for the road, so it's just so I think they have at least two or three trucks that they're supplying on the road. However, there are other bands that are going to be on the road as well. Um, that that they're just doing this, some are doing it for the people. I mean, the Camo guys are my friends. They are all, well, do I use friends? Sure, okay, I'll use it in this instance. um they are in existence. They are there. One of them is my friend for sure. No, sir. But they're doing it, and and that's the other thing too, right? These bands know how to tie to our heartstrings, right?
Yeah.
There are two bands. There are two bands that are doing this
Tribute. Yeah.
carnival in spirit of people who have passed, right?
Right.
So you can't really argue with that, right? I mean, someone has basically gone to the afterlife and they're celebrating it. Why should we want to throw salt in that wound? I couldn't even argue the whole unprogrammable or programmable
Me too.
point when it comes to death. I mean, someone's
Yeah.
lost their life. But so we're gonna make peace with that. But especially when we don't necessarily have a a compromise. Now, should we argue that there's Worcester the very next day and that people should have shown up to Worcester, blah, blah, blah? Sure. But someone made the point in the comments earlier that Worcester and Boston Carnival are tied hand in hand. And I responded to say that the very first time I made that comment when Worcester first came out, it did not go over that well. They couldn't see the point I was trying to make at that point in time because I was just very blatant in my delivery. I just said Worcester Carnival could not exist without Boston Carnival. Right. And of course, on hearing that at first, it sounds very, very provocative. And it's like, wow, why are you so
You hate,
crass? Blah, blah,
why you
blah.
hating? Yeah.
Exactly. But in time, they saw the point. Bands, you're able to uplift the culture, promote it, spread it if you have 2 days of carnival versus 1 day, albeit in different states. So I get that my delivery back then could have used a little tweaking, but it's still the point was still driven home anyway. But like I said, do we argue that this year all the bands should have gone to Worcester and gave up Boston? Well, that would have sent the exact point home. But I don't think that we're ready for that conversation yet. I think we can make those kind of decisions when we know we actually have two really good, thriving carnivals like they have in all these different other countries. And we could say, oh, I'm not going to the carnival. I'll use my homeland. I'm not going to the carnival in Port of Spain. I'm going to go to the carnival in South. Or I'm going to go to the carnival in Arima. All these other little different boroughs. And people actually do have a good time because they're all successful carnivals in their own right. We don't have that luxury yet, so I can't argue that point. But I don't think if anything, to your point earlier about money, I don't think this would be the year that they would make any kind of decision like that. I think I would be very surprised. I might have to go on sabbatical if they do some shit like that. And I think everyone wants to hear from me. So I don't think I'll be going on sabbatical anytime soon. But I promise you, if Sound International was to pull out of the carnival this year, I will go on mute better than Beyonce can do it for me, honey. I promise you that.
Now you have to talk and say you apologize, and
Right.
man, that's about it. But yeah,
Lav, you gotta get
there is.
Roger or Apache on, man.
I give a
I
9
think
out of
that
10. They already that check has been cleared. That check
yeah.
has been spent.
I think for the most part, I think that somebody said it, like there has been not miscommunication, but a lack of seeking the information that's there. And
Gatekeeping.
I think that if people were really interested in change and preserving the culture, aside from the people that have been there, I think that there would have been more questions I'm all into questions, more questions asked about what is going on, what's the mission, what are you intended to do? And even before, when everybody was kind of skeptical about, what this new entity could do or whatever, there were people like Daryl that literally came to meetings and asked questions. There were people like Larry who, in the beginning of this, I was a little confused about where Larry stood, but we had a conversation. So I think that when you are okay with having conversations, no matter how uncomfortable they
I'm
are,
confused about where Larry stands most time. You see he K-foot?
but when
Fuck
people are
you.
actually seeking the information and people actually want to know, or if you go to people with the information, just be like, yo, what's up? I think that me and Roger had a really great conversation today where, it could have gotten tense. But when two people sit down to really understand what's going on, and again, I think it's too late for this year. I think that everybody's common goal this year is to at least have a good 50th anniversary because despite who's running it, it's a significant event for all of us. And I would have liked to see the products be a lot more, but I think that there's enough things happening that we can at least feel some type of, I wouldn't say vibe, but we could at least see where this could go if we put it. If I don't know, I don't want to sound stupid. I don't want to sound like mad, like cliche and be like if we work together because we kind of can't. But I think that if everybody just comes with the same mind frame that we want to do better and we want it to get better and understand that with CACB we will not be able to do that because there is a lack of open conversation and there's a lack of opportunity there. I think that if we think about the opportunities and we think bigger, bitch, then I think that we can do a lot. I think that we can make something happen. People just have to be willing to want it to happen.
Yeah,
Like
and that's
literally,
the thing.
you gotta want to happen. You gotta get
And
involved.
I think some of them people, even all them bands on the road, I even think deep in their hearts, they want what y'all got going on
I
and
mean,
what
they
we
said
all
it.
want to
They have
happen.
said it. They have come to meetings and they have said it. Yet they're still on the road. So they know what's up. It's a pull that's pulling them that they can't let go of. I don't
It ain't a
know.
pull, it's a bill. Somebody got a bill. They're like, fuck that, man. I
Allegedly.
need to pay this bill.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody, y'all. I appreciate this conversation. It went way longer than expected.
Way longer.
But here's one thing that I would say as far as vibe is concerned, and the point earlier where Daryl was talking about how Cab really lacked the knowledge or lacked the foresight of seeing that the promoters are needed and the DJs are needed and everything, right?
No,
Look at
no booty time.
back in the days, all right now, you had gentlemen like Lion. You had, and I mean, Red House still has their before and after boat rides and things of that sort. Again, they've been very ambitious, but you had things like Energy in the City with Marshall coming up. You had just these big shows that was before and after the
Bro,
carnival
we used
that
to
gave that
all go to
extra
Prince
vibe.
Hall one day and then Reggie Lewis Center the next day. Or we used to all like there used to be centralized party that everybody knew where to go. Those things used to be
Then you
ramen
had the
hot.
the the, the boat the fucking boat, the before boat
The
ride. Then you had the sunrise boat
outrageous
ride,
in
and
red,
But
like
but Larry, I want you to know that these are all, and you know this, these are all individual endeavors by the promoters. But did you also know that there has been a history of permit blocking from the CACAB for, and it used to happen every year for energy in the city?
and
And
we
you know I
we
work,
experienced
and
it.
and
It
and
is a real
and it
thing.
happened this year. It happened this year to the folks at Bisoka. So it is not tactics that they don't know.
they blocked.
The
They
president
blocked shit.
will the president will actively call the police captains, and they will actively block. And I'll be honest
Last
with
year,
you,
I got a
it is
call
it
from a
is
police
it is
captain.
not it is not something that I am usually torn with this point, because as you know, I have colleagues who are police officers. I have intimate knowledge of the police officers and their roles and stuff like that. And I can tell you, in those areas, most of them for our carnival is governed by B2. And B2 is one of the hardest hit, most overworked police precincts in the city of Boston, arguably.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. That captain welcomes calls if you basically encourage him to block something, or her. If you basically encourage them to block something, they welcome those because they feel like it's helping their public safety focus. And for a police officer, everything is public safety. So for the carnival committee to use that as a tool, and the tool that they have actively used for years and still used up to last year, shows me that not that they're willing to stoop to very piss poor levels. And I know there might be people on this call that may challenge um, what I'm saying right now. Let me just tell you that the community service department of every police precinct keeps active records of permits that are filed, and every active permit of a rejection that they have filed, along with um, the reason for the rejection.
Mm.
And if you have the dates, they will pull up that permit and they will read you the rejection so you can argue with your mother. You would not argue with me. But I will tell you this, there have been active blockings by the Carnival Committee for events that happened during that weekend, particularly when we used to host Energy in the City. The promoter and I used to work time and time again to get a removal of those rejections, to have the parties, because as you know, these permits only get approved the week of. So could you imagine how much planning, how much money, how much reservations, how much tickets, all of these things that used to be sold, and until you could come, to use your words earlier, and kiss the ring of the dawn to get your permit approved for an event, you were basically up Schitt's
Man.
Creek if they did not
so
approve that permit. And
so
that is a
first,
standard practice. Permits are only approved the week of for obvious
right.
reasons, right? Allocation of services, et cetera, et cetera. So they know exactly how to use what they can use and how to use it. But what my point earlier is this: you know that this is a scare tactic, and that's why I told you there's no progression to the damn culture. You know this is a scare tactic. Why are you playing into the hands of the police when you know for a fact they really only want to focus their efforts on that one day? Because, and we've heard the stories, right? And some police officers will be that empowered. They will tell you. They'll be like, some of them want to go fishing. They want to spend time with their families. They want to do stuff on their. They're ordered to work that parade. They are ordered to work.
The
Some of them enjoy it.
whole
I hope most of
department.
them, right. I know most of them, I hope most of them will enjoy it. Any police officer I see out there on the road, I try to give them water, give them little refreshments. I really appreciate the work that they do to try to keep us all in order. But I know that for many of them, it's a competing
Yeah.
interest. But why would you
Yep.
play into that because you want to value this one day? But I know the answer. The answer is because you never valued the work that promoters used to do. You never thought that the work that they used to do was important. But you mentioned that earlier about the different events and all these kind of stuff. I want you to know that they were independent events that promoters used to do. They
Correct.
probably
It had
used
nothing
to
to do
do
with
it.
them.
They used to
Not with the
probably
cat.
use, but here's the thing: they used to do it probably under a lot of duress. And then if they know they actively got blocked, why would they want to do it another year? Why would they want to do it in any other
Exactly.
year?
Again,
If
it's
they were in
bullying
an
and fear
environment,
tacticking.
exactly. If they were in an environment where the committee was actively helping them get venues or
Why is the
get permits,
blockage though? Why would they block it? Just because they had no money involved or they wasn't
no.
profiting from it?
And
So
to
so I
position
can't. I
themselves as the only people that can get them done, because we hear that time and time again. She's the only one that could do it. We had to call her. She helped us get this permit, blah, blah, blah. When you position yourself as being the only person that can help you do anything, then I'm
I
not
I
going to
would
go against
I
that
I would
machine.
I would add to Danielle's point. I will add that point, but I will also say if your event, because let's be clear, the Carnival Committee usually had events that week as well. The
Yep.
King and Queen competition, and if they
Yep.
decide to bring an artist or whatever, if your event is the only event for that entire week, what are you doing? You're trying to make sure that your event is the only one people go to.
They're monopolizing. Yep.
So but we can argue that point because no one's on the, and no one with any kind of sense would actually come to the forefront to answer those questions. And it's all in the past now because as you can see, there is no energy in the city anymore on a Friday. There are other events. Shout out to KP and others. And last year they had Soca in the at Ink Block, but anyhow, this year there's other events. And the other thing I wanted to say was that they've had king and queen shows in the past where there has been no kings or queens. So what are we doing?
Correct.
And they're doing that
What
again
is there one
this
this year?
year.
Is there one this
I
year?
believe
Is there a King and Queen
there
show
They
this
is.
year?
I believe
combined
there is one this
everything.
year slated
Yeah.
slated for the Thursday.
Yeah. They combine. What is brass to the world?
Who's the participants? Because I know if there's one band there's going to be an automatic winner. She going to bring in another big costume from Canada or something?
It's
They've
technically
done it
three.
before. So last year there was only one band on the road for Carnival, and that band won, right? Mind you, the band was not present to receive their award at the gala on Friday. So, um,
You
I
can't
don't.
make this shit up, yo.
I
You can't make
really
this
don't
shit
know
up.
how that. I really don't know how that works, but it worked.
Oh my god. Can't make this shit up, yo. Wow.
So yeah,
I guess at the
I am truly worried, but I'm not too worried anymore because it's a sinking ship, but they're fiercely paddling, and I love that for
Man.
them.
I mean,
See them nails? Them nails is
it's
treading
good to
water
see
good as
them do
shit.
something. I don't. I think that they have done a lot of random things. I guess that are making people think that they are doing things. They're not really caring if people show up or not. So I don't really know what the point of it, but at least for the first time, people are starting to see things or something happening, like a gala in a nice place, and
I
And
mean, I do. I
and a cooler
agree. And
fan.
then we and we sometimes
Wasn't nice though. Fuck out of here.
we sometimes don't give them enough credit. You know, I try not to give them any credit, but as you grow, you get smarter. So I'm
Yo,
hoping I got a little
I give
smart.
them credit on what they did in the past, on bringing it to the city and things of that sort. But the elevation, progression, respect of the bands and the people, um, just knowing, we all know you got. Let's just put it in a plain form. We all know you got $1, and there's nothing to show for it. So it's like, all right. And then again, I always say personally, it was one thing when I was just a patron, but then when I got on the business side of it, and you're dealing with a person who's basically, in other words, looking you in your eye and telling you, fuck off, get out of my face, and basically like that. You then, for someone like me, I then want to, nah, fuck you. I speak up. Then I ask questions and things of that sort, because if there is going to be a future for my kid, I just want things to be right, because I have a vision, or anyone with any sense has a vision that, damn, this entity that is big can actually be bigger, but be useful for the bands and the people. That is what makes this. Because without these bands, this is nothing. And we see what happens now. Every band is going, and that is becoming nothing. So if we can get bands, if we can get the people hyped, if we can get the kids wanting to play mass again, if we could get the kids wanting to play steel band and doing all these things that represent our culture again, that the generation will flow and have fun with it, then there's a future. But if we going on, like y'all would call them, the regime that's there now, we're fucking done, yo. We're done.
Mm, yeah,
That's all I gotta say about
that,
that.
I mean,
that's
and I
all I
think
gotta say about that.
I encourage people to continue to meet like this even after carnival. It starts right after. It starts, having a healthy conversation about what we want to see do better, not necessarily what was wrong, because we could see those very clearly, the things that are wrong. But if people start to really kind of have an active, um, intentional effort to fixing the things that are wrong, and to at least support people that are trying to do better, I think that is when things will actually start to change. Like forcing 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 the issue. Like force We want carnival to be better again. We need it to be. If not, then this is what we can expect, and this conversation will always be had a week before carnival.
What is really getting a T-shirt and going behind a truck playing music? Is that carnival? Is that really
It's never
carnival?
been. It's never been. It's never been. I'm not even.
Maybe acceptable with
I've
mud.
never
It's
known.
acceptable with mud, but after mud, that's a culture in itself.
I mean,
But
people ask that question too. Why would an entity like Mudband pull out of the carnival if there wasn't something that was very, very wrong? Mudband, Branches, Soca and Associates, Socapolics. Why are all the bands that you guys have grown to love have pulled out of the carnival and refused to go back under
D
the?
Midas, gotta remember D Midas. Yep.
So someone said in the comments, they don't want, we don't want the committee. Jamie Gomes said, we don't want the committee to lose funding. We just want the funding and planning to be better. I hope there's a success with this. I won't read let's just vote. We don't want the committee to lose the funding. We just want the funding and planning to be better.
No, they're gonna have to lose it. If we're planning
So
on doing another entity, we can get that same funding,
what
or we could get funding
that's
from
that's
elsewhere.
that's the point. I don't think, again, we have to remember that we're talking to, I don't know how old Jamie Gomes is, but I don't, as far as generationally, there is a gap. So the committee, I'm sorry, not the committee, sorry. The funding that is up every year for arts and culture is a set amount that is allocated to different organizations throughout the city of Boston, that is the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, it is in the city's best interest to make sure that this pot of money is available to associations and to people who can help spread the word that Boston is an inclusive city, a diversity is at the forefront, all these different kind of things. We welcome all of those businesses or LLCs or whomever, whatever you want to identify yourself. I'm mixing words only because I want to get to this point. The funding is not going to go away. Well, anything can happen. But take what I'm saying. We need, an organization has to apply for the funding. Jamie Gomes cannot apply for the city's funding to put on a carnival. It doesn't work like that, right? So to say something like we don't want the committee to lose the funding, that is another scare tactic. The committee knows exactly the work that has to happen in order for you to qualify for the funding, but they try to hide that roadmap. The beauty
And
is
nobody
the
else
roadmap is
challenges
public.
it.
Exactly. But the roadmap is public. And BSOCA was able to do exactly all that they can do to position themselves to apply for funding. The last piece being having a fiscal sponsor. The issue then
And
becomes,
becoming an actual 501c3.
right, but the issue then becomes who can make the case for this money that the city is going to allocate and other sponsors are going to allocate for Carnival. Is it going to be some new organization that everyone brandishes is always in argument and direct opposition of this other thing and led by young people, and you know how young people always all over the place or whatever? Or is it going to be this other organization that has been championing this effort, even if the effort is piss poor? They've been doing it for the past 50 years. This is why it has been so easy for the Carnival Committee to be able to count on this funding every year. So much so that they treat it very matter of fact. They miss deadlines, they submit incomplete paperwork, all kinds of stuff. And again, anyone that's listening on this call that refuses to believe this information, argue with somebody else. I don't just speak things I don't know. So they just blatantly disregard rules because they always feel they have a back end approach to get things done. And guess what? They do get things done using a back end approach. But what does that do for our people? Does it reflect that all Caribbean people are backhanded, behind the door, grease palm people? Because this is what people who are funding us are seeing. And that has always been my concern, that the Carnival Committee has not been one such that is representative of the people that are actually in the Carnival.
Thank you.
That has been not necessarily what she's doing with the money, if she lost it in a cab, if she paid for this one wedding, not that. I don't care about that. That is hearsay, it's allegations, it's my word against yours,
Allegedly.
whatever. So it's I just want people to know that I think we need to put together a FAQ, a frequently asked question sheet of scare tactics and the actual facts. It's almost like that I don't know, WebMD website where it's like, can you catch cooties from kissing? And you're like, no, this is the only way you can catch cooties from blah, 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 blah. Because for a large part of kids out there, boys think they can catch cooties from kissing girls. But you know what I mean? So we need this sort of FAQ out there to kind of coach people along to the endless diatribe we've been having about Carnival Committee and how to get them out of here and what we've done and what we haven't done. Very simple, very concise. Read this, because before you come at me, know my history, know our issues with this. So
before they just say
Bisoka, I leave the charge to you. Let me find your email so I can put in my suggestion box of things that Bisoka can do.
But with that said, my phone is about to die. Larry, thank you for allowing this conversation to happen. Um, we
Yo, Charlie,
understand.
thank you for all the questions.
Yeah, Charlie,
Yeah,
thank
I'm
you for asking.
trying to
Like, I know I
learn.
call them basic, but thank you for asking those because, as you can see, there's a lot of people, young and old, that didn't even know half of the shit that they found out today. And it's
Yep.
important that it doesn't come off as, B Soka or any other entity wanting to do a hostile takeover or to stage a coup or anything like that. We're all under the same mind frame that we want more and we want better for this community and we want to see this be as big as it can be. And you cannot do that without innovation and vision and passion. And there's no passion coming out of the carnival committee. It doesn't exist. There's nothing to be passionate about. They did that. They've been there. They had the passion. Now they tired.
We
And
lost.
we don't need that type of energy. We need people that are fighting the good fight to make this happen. And that means showing up at meetings. And we'll put that information on everybody's page so you guys can make sure you're there.
And we love Omar, aka Pachi.
I love Patchy knows. Patchy knows that no matter how much he bad mind me or whatever is going on, that I'm always gonna say I always show love because I remember that boy when he was like 2. So like no matter what, we always gonna be fam and we're always gonna argue about things. But at the end of the day, everybody has one goal in mind, and that's to make Carnival great again. And literally, there's nothing else that you can say that can change people's mind frame about
And
that.
Patsy like my
and we
little
know
brother,
Larry's
but
a
he know I'm gonna tell him.
bacchanalist.
Patsy, Patsy's literally like my little brother. I watched him grow from when he was like 3, so he knows that whatever I say, I ain't saying nothing to down him or bash him or whatever. So he be acting like he was watching us. He was
And
watching us. He had his phone in his
my
hand. He was watching.
just don't call my phone calling me bad mind if you know that I said it online. We could play
Okay,
back the tape.
Emo.
I'm not bad minding. I just want the record to be straight.
That's all we ask.
All right.
All right,
All
y'all.
right.
We ending this conversation. It was real.
Thanks
Till the
for
next
having me.
one. I'm gonna
Yeah.
holler at
Kitty's
y'all.
Carnival, August 19th, Playstead, Pan on the Plaza, August 23rd on City Hall
Yo,
Plaza,
Charlie, hold on.
Oh,
Southside.
hot sauce. My wife just asked, how old is it for the kiddies?
From birth to about 15.
I got it. Yeah. Yeah,
We
they
need them
said to
all
bring them.
registered. There's a couple of mass camps still open. Soulcaholics, Mystical Creatures, Mirage,
Does she know Kimberly
um,
who?
Scoops Way, Kitty's Vibes Only, alongside D Darrow.
Wilmerson?
We
That's
also have
cool
Fancy
shit.
Sailor. So if you look on the Bisoka page on Instagram, you can find all of the list of all the different bands. You just have to do a little due diligence and contact them, see what they have left, and make sure the kids are on the road. Make sure that they're hydrated, but there'll be free shit, free stuff for all of them all day, and it is a free kiddies event. And we ain't got no money. So if y'all want to donate to Cash App, BSOCA, BSOCCAH. So please donate. I'm not afraid to beg. Bye out.
Nah, you be getting shit done though. All right, hot
All right.
sauce.
Bye,
Love you.
babes. See you guys
Later.
later.
All right.
How you get off of this?
You off. Yo, you still there, Charlie?
Charlie is gone, but how do I get off?
Just like this. Nice to see you. I'll at you.
Bye.
That was real, y'all. God damn it, that was real. Didn't I say we was gonna talk about X, Y, Z, and whatever organically just comes up? That wasn't planned. That wasn't scripted. That wasn't like, yo, Daryl, I'm gonna be on my page later. Make sure you call up. Nothing of this. So, yo, hot sauce, yo, power surge, yo. Thank you, guys. That's as real as it gets. Hope some of those who are watching gain some knowledge. Because I'm going to be real. That was a minuscule. You see how long this was today? That was still a minuscule of the shit. That was still the tip of the iceberg. You know what I mean? So, I'm getting out of here. It's way over my time due. I got like 6 messages and some phone calls missed. So, until the next one, thank you again to everyone that participated. Thank you to everyone that watched. My mother named me Larry Jordan, and that is mine and a whole bunch of other people's Rod Soul opinions.